would give you a hug. Suffered with cluster B parent giving that crap, but oh dear, you can't blame him for it because he can't help it. It's not tolerable. Yeah, that sounds really bad. Cluster B. I don't know, what about it, Esther? The rock was on a rock. What? Stairs. I mean a ladder. There's a ladder here. A ladder already exposed. Oh, nice CB. Yeah. Oh, hi, Brian. Welcome, welcome. Nice to see you, Brian. Hope you're having a cozy night. Hope it's going well. We're on 109. What are these? Powder melon. Pin lock, too late. Yeah. Finally free, yay! Don't get involved in discussion and come look away, huh? Don't argue in chat. That goes for everyone. You belong here. I like you, Pada. This floor is super empty. Treasure! Space boots! There. So double the immunity. Okay. Should probably go home. The music got cool. Oops. I feel like what chat is saying just like you can. No, you all need to get along.
Cowboys.
You all have to get along. It's a team effort. Cootie Ranch, 18 naked cowboys, 4 ducks, 8 chickens, 4 cows, 4 goats, zombies. They have so much health. I need to take a purple mushroom to the thingy. And the red mushrooms I can sell, maybe? And the bomb, what's in my head? It's from a show called Fantastic Fabulous Beasts? I wanna keep the mushrooms. Chino. I made my cat jump up. On hi, Emeralda. YouTube chat. Sorry, it's kind of hard to keep up with YouTube chat sometimes. Forgive me. I'm gonna put the mushrooms in the fridge. Okay. Another successful day. Don't have anyone to argue with. Would you allow me to snuggle you? maybe a little bit. Head pats and hugs are good. Am I liking Stardew? It's good. We're almost to the winter season. It's been fun. Addicting little game. I like my chickens and my ducks. And my cows. Alright, I'm not gonna bother watering these because they will die tomorrow, or die the day after tomorrow. We will, however, pet our massive duck and chicken army. Blah 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 blah. Give me your egg! I want the egg! Give me the egg! Thank you. Do a lot of fishing? Not a whole lot of fishing. Mostly I kind of like rotate between doing farm stuff and gathering lumber and mining. Go milk my cows. Hop has no milk. Wait, no, I meant to milk you. What? Okay.
Hi YouTube chat 3.
Hello. What do fish even do in the winter? They like sleep. They sleep. They hibernate. I can't tell. I'm milking the wrong thing. I'm pretty sure you should milk. Mika doesn't produce milk. I'm not trying to milk the duck. Not goat milk. I want this one. We'll see. Please. Please! Okay. Elsie has no milk. Okay. Okay. Shed of 4 milks. 2 goat milk.
I love both chats,
Yay!
You can't milk a duck, can you?
Ho, ho, ho.
Are you asking me seriously? You can try. Do you think they even notice there's ice on top? They probably don't have like awareness of something like that, but like surely they would understand like some kind of change took place. Maybe. I have 8,000, which is exactly enough for a sheep. So let's go get a sheep. Can't milk a duck, but you can milk a dolphin. Bum, 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 bum. Ryan, do you want to name the sheep? What do you want to name the sheepy? Assuming they're even open today, I would assume they're open. Although I think it's a holiday, but like it's not a holiday until nighttime. Name the sheep Moo Moo. I already offered Brian the name, so we'll name the next sheep Moo Moo. Alright, sheep. They're so expensive. What do you want to name it, Brian? Oh, huh? What? Huh? I did not pick that name. I think I can go rename it. Piggy 2. I don't know if I want a piggy. It's kind of weird that you keep pigs and they gather truffles. Burn and Bran. Okay. Burn. There. There you go. Okay, let's go turn in our little mushroom. Yuka's playing fresh milk. No, it's not my milk. It's your milk. Thank you, Goose. Alright. Oh, wait. Can't milk those. The ducks, they lay eggs. Wait, why am I in here? Don't need anything from you. Wait, what was that? Oh, furniture catalog, never mind. Funny goober music. I like funny goober music. I can't even go there. What am I supposed to do? No Scritty Goose. They said it wouldn't be ready until like 10 p.m. at night. So I guess we're gonna go in the caves. I'll do cave stuff. I'm not a goober, I'm the prince. Cave time. Cave exploring time until I'm pretty sure it's like 10 p.m. when the festival starts. No. Prince. Free ladder. Another free ladder. Yeah. Chop, chop, chop. Hair look fluffy. It is. It is. The most fluffiest.
The mods here are so cool, not a paid ad.
True. I like all the mods. And all the viewers. All my yukumas, you're all wonderful. Spooky skeleton peeking out of the wall. Ruffle. Goofle. Yay. Thank you for pets. Oh hey, I dropped 250 gold. That's the first time that's happened before. Inventory full again. Okay, where's the caves in this Burlesque land? They're pretty featureless, but it is what it is. Like, it's not that bad. Oh Aquamarine. Oblivion caves, yeah. That's a good analogy. Stuck to the confines of YouTube chat, so you can't go ruffle my hair. Oh, maybe another time. Or someone else can ruffle hair in your place. Aquamarine is your gem. Oshimi. Small cave. Emeralds are also very pretty. I'm not sure what would my favorite gem be. Maybe like sapphires or like, I know there's like lavender colored rubies, I think. I don't remember. Rune Factory games put a bit more into the dungeon exploring stuff. Do they play like Stardew? I consider Rune Factory. Maybe. I don't know anything about it. Stardew, but more RPG and anime. Interesting. Does it let you build your own farm? Since emeralds are linked with precognition, you've always thought you've had special powers. Till you hit 12. Interesting. I think you're pretty special, even without powers, though. Squeak, squeak. Okay. What are the chances we can get to the next 5th floor? We need 2 more floors before like 1 hour. Probably not good chances. Yeah, we have food. We have snackies. Bringing snackies down the caves. Okay, we gotta go. The Spirit's Eve has begun on the town square. Hold on. Hold on. I need 1 more floor. There. Hooray. And we got a key. You found the skull key. You're not sure what it's for, but it seems important. It's been added to your wallet. Wait, this is the bottom. Ah, we gotta go. I'm gonna be late for the festivities. Well, maybe I should have ridden the mine cart, but whatever. Hi YouTube chat, we love you even if Yuku ignores you. I don't. I don't ignore YouTube chat. Ooh. Oh, we're poor. We can't get this stuff. Funky rock. I'm kinda bummed. Eek. I'm not too scared. Hey, they have skeletons in a cage. Don't get too close to the cage. Good evening, Yuku. Have you ventured into the haunted maze yet? It's quite spooky. Where's the haunted maze? You've been going around in all the mods 10 Minecraft sucking up the oil from the ground for the past hour. Slurp. Where's the maze? Oh. Cool. The truth is, I got too scared, so I came here to hide. Don't tell anyone. There's a giant spider. Would I drink crude oil if it didn't kill me? Of course. Something like that would definitely give me superpowers. Spooky. The vapor from this cauldron is making my head spin, but I can't seem to leave. That's probably not a good thing. Spooky monster. There's something weird over there, but how do I get to it? I can't go on. Spiders. He doesn't ignore YouTube chat. There's just no one in YouTube chat. There's people in YouTube
Yuka,
chat.
would you
You're in
rather
there.
drink boiling salt water or cold water with those horrible tasting multivitamin tablets for the rest of your life?
What a weird question. I guess multivitamin water. Oh. Okay. We did it. Should I go in there? I guess you have to. The golden pumpkin, it's valuable but has no other purpose.
Too much multivitamin, you died. Wanna restart?
What do you mean too much multivitamin? I feel like boiling salt water would definitely be worse. Oh. Okay.
Yuka, would you rather play Cyberpunk 2077 on the PS for patch 1.0 or Skyrim on the PS3 and patched?
Oh, I feel like Skyrim on PS3 would be an experience. That'd be really neat. I think I'd have fun with that. I want to play New Vegas unpatched. That'd be really cool. Okay. Well. I'll come to any event with free grub. That strange man who lives in the tower said it all help himself. He wouldn't let anyone near it while he was working on it. I would have fun. If you can't have fun, that's a skill issue. We did it. That was cute. And I got this skeleton key thing. Whatever that is. Oh, Ruby is the one that the dwarf loves. Bethesda games crash long after they come out and get released. True. I've seen like weird stuff about like New Vegas on PS3 Unpatched. Like they removed a bunch of NPCs. It's like spooky. It's like a liminal creepypasta game. Think about it. Or maybe I'm just dumb. Either way. Should I keep this golden pumpkin? Is this like important for story stuff or does it matter? Bomb. Put these in there. I've not been using them. Keep the cake. Oh yeah, the ruby. You just took melatonin gummies. You want another? It's telling the truth when it says it has no other purpose. Oh, it does say that. Okay. I suppose we can trust it for now. Thank you, Pada. A highlight. If you make a hole in the golden pumpkin. What? Finish your sentence. What if you make a hole, huh? What if? Alright, Hi, Ariel Dog. I can't give you points, but you can beg as much as you want for fun. Oof. Welcome, baby. Gotta pay your feet tax. Pumpkin people. Oh, that's pretty wholesome. You can start a family with your pumpkin. Please.
Yuka, would you rather have the ability to be invincible but your toes are always visible, or ability to fly but you always crash land?
Visible toes. I don't know. Wouldn't flying and crash landing end pretty badly? Oh. Fine. Yeah. My toes have become visible. I'm keeping my face on the screen though. There you go. Get squished. You're welcome, IRL dog. Better say thank you. She's still in here working. There's so many animals in here. And there's gonna be 4 more. Pet you, pet you, pet you. Take your egg, pet you, pet you. Thanks for the meal, you're welcome. What am I doing? What are the fish? Where did the fish come from? I just randomly have a fish. Oh, did my cat bring it to me or something? It must have been the cat. The cat brought me a fishy. The name is too long to put as one of the animal names. True. I could call one like Dude. Or something else if you want. Okay, milking time. You get milked. You come on, just face her away. Hello? There. Okay, merci à zona. Okay. Okay. A stuffed armpit. Train.
Yuka, can I let you on a secret? My dream is to have a restaurant with Shrek and our main dish, Wooble onion rings.
That's a great idea. I fully support your dream. Your onion dream. Alright. Daily chores mostly done. Discover the purpose of the skull key. I don't know. How did you manage to smash wood and be together, Wimble? Oh, I didn't even notice that. It sounded normal. Wimble. Okay, my first guess for the skeleton key is that it's that one thing in the train, maybe. Train area.
Also, if you bring a donkey to the restaurant, you get a free meal.
Why would you want people to bring a donkey to your restaurant? They're gross. They smell. Why not a dragon? Wumble. Right, the mushroom. Would you accept 100k if chat has access to your PC for 1 minute? Yeah. Chat can have my...
Final build a car wash for donkeys across the street.
My voice. My voice! That's not what it meant. 100k monies. Thank you. I'm okay, I'm okay. 100k monies. I know this mushroom goes somewhere.
Yuku.
Get tea. I have tea. Am I okay? Yeah, I just had like a little scratch in my throat. Here. Wait. Frozen Geode Chub. These are easy, except for Nautilus Shell. I think I have gotten a Nautilus Shell before.
Have you ever seen anything
Fried egg,
like this?
truffle. Are there that many donkeys that need to be washed? Build a car wash for donkeys. Probably. Worm tea. Oh, it's kind of like... No. It's not warm anymore. It's not warm. I'll go get some more. Young kings and ideas have formed their way of communication. Yay! I will. I also need to close the window. I will, Eli. I promise. Give me just a sec. Ooh. Ooh. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Today's the last day of autumn. Time flew by so quickly. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Alright. Okay. Alright, we're done with chores for today anyway. Basically. Although we should probably keep making stuff. Oops. Did I have more milk? Oh, I guess not. Egg, a large egg. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Scuba music keeps going. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Goober music, like... You're going to sleep. Oh, good night, Shino. See Sleep on cozy, Shino. Miss you. Sleep well. Good night. Goodbye. Shpimo. Shpimo. Love you too. Sleep well. Okay, I'll be right back.
Excellent. I'm sending the all clear and the doors should open now. We'll meet you down below.
Meow. Meow. Hello. Groovy music. Hello. I'm still upside down. Hello. Hello. Hi, Corin, and hello, Guy. Numbing Apple. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful, cozy day. And thank you, just some dude. Anyway, back to video games. I'm preheating the oven. I'm gonna make pizza rolls soon. And maybe we'll take a little break and watch videos. Of course, I missed you too. My headphone wire is like attacking me. It's so stiff. Okay. Okay. Tomorrow will be the first day of winter. All my stuff's gonna die. You came back. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe I did. Maybe. We're going to eat. Okay, good night, Brian. Sleep well. Thanks for coming by. Always love having you here. Sweet dreams. Sleep well. Night-night. Night-night, Brian. Booby night. They're still working inside the coop. The mega coop. So I guess we can... I kinda wanted to make... Oh, we'll have wool soon. Slime egg press. Kinda wanna just... We need more money and we need more wood and stone. I Brian. I want to CP, but you don't think your body wants to. It is probably pretty late. I mean, if you live in the US, it's pretty late. Sleep's not a bad idea. If you want to sleep, you should sleep. I wonder if I should expand my growing area. Maybe I'll wait until I have sprinklers for everywhere. Can you watch that one ASMR video? That girl sitting on the jelly eggs and then instead of splatting one flies off the table and hits you, the camera. Link? Can I have a link for that, please? The sound effects are really good. I'm gonna need a link. Because I have no idea what you're talking about, Star. Furry balloon popping. We already did that joke. We already did furry balloon popping. I don't think I could handle more furry balloon popping. If I link it, I fear you'll miss it. Why do you fear that I'll miss it? When the last time you kissed someone's feet? I'm not gonna answer that, but if anyone wants to answer that, feel free. The macro sequence animation. Macro sequence animation? The question mark is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. What? Brian! What's with this chat and feet? I don't know. It's probably for the best, Pata. Haven't seen Yuki's video. Huh. Supposed to be Evie. Who? Oh, Brian. Yeah. Brian needs a nice tuck. True. And I need pizza rolls. I like was looking in my freezer for stuff to heat up, and there was pizza rolls, and I was like, oh my god. 'Cause I forgot. I'm like the rest of the chat, I'm actually into feet. That's valid. You're more than welcome here if you don't like feet. Just don't let people bully you. But we are kink positive here. Whether you're into feet or vor or being good at video games or harvesting grass. Sorry, I forgot what I was talking about.
I tested kink positive.
Oh no! Oh wait, no, that's Puggies. Hello. A gamer fetish. What part of the gamer? No, I don't want to ask anymore. Yeah, don't like feet. Everything in DMs is a bit. The musk. Don't know if you have a king. Being submissive is a king. Being submissive is not a kink. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm just here to play games. Chat's gonna just be chat. Being submissive can be a king. Okay. Well, someone's gaming, their feet are free real estate. What does that mean?
So I could rent a skilled gamer.
Perhaps. Just... This skeleton key goes in there. Also, what is that? There's like thingy over there. Wielder of kinks. What do I do with the kinks? I don't know where I want to go. We have enough stone. Yeah. My cat brought me a cat toy. Luna, come here. Bring it. You did it. Luna? I can't pet you. You're just out of reach. She's being weird. She brought me a toy in her mouth. It's really slightly just like Enderman being able to place blocks. I don't know. I could turn it off. I think it's cute, but if it's really bothering you, I can turn it off, or Aster can turn it off. Aster, do you know how to turn off the Enderman block thing without ruining the sheep stuff? The sheep stuff. Our hard-working Enderman. Is that fanfic? Huh? Yep. Oh yeah, this guy still wants the prismatic jelly. I have no idea where that is. I can go to the cave. Just seen a bunch of dirt blocks placed randomly around people's builds. Yeah. I'll turn it off. We can turn it off next time I go on there. Sometimes take things from your islands. Do they? Can they? I don't know. Enderman. Yeah. No. I'm not sure. Can Endermen actually pick up blocks placed by players? Because they never touch any of my blocks. They only touch dirt. What would I do if Star stole my pants? I'm not wearing pants. Also, hi Star. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a cozy day. Don't steal my pants. I don't have pants. You place dirt in grass. Oh, dirt inside your fence and the animals could hop up. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, never mind. I'm done. I'll turn off the Enderman stuff. Hello, Star Rifle. What's up? Fetish where the character is tied up in ropes forever and their tongue is transformed into deli meat as an ethical employee is not. Did I miss something? Did I miss something? Catboy's a cat. I do. I have a cat in real life named Luna. She's adorable. I do not have pants on. I don't like pants. I like being comfy. Time for bed. Good night, King of Sunny D. Oh, or did you mean in game? It's winter! It snowed! It snowed a lot. Ooh. Okay. Winter time. Why is the floor blue? Why not? What do we do for winter? Do the animals not come out all winter? Where's the big sprinkler? I didn't buy one yet. Or I didn't make one yet. We can get some bunnies now. I'd have to change the configure the mob rule mod for Endermen which I don't have access to. Oh, okay, I can do that then. They need a heater and hay for the month. They have a heater. Is that good? The heater there? Is that good enough? Like just one heater per building? Even for the big barn is one enough? Okay, yeah, I bought it in advance. You have milk. Come here. I literally just milked you. No, you. You. Did I get you? From my archive and streams from almost 3 years ago sounds so different. I know, right? I really did sound much, much different. And thank you, Bella. Only bad yukus, no yuku at all, huh? You're all very sweet. I feel like we should have gotten more goat milk, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll keep the iridium stuff. Or the duck eggs. Misado no yuku. Well, up until Christmas you get 12 hours yuku every day. Oh, my oven's preheated. Can grow the powder melon, yeah. Let's see, we only have 5 watermelon seeds, so let's go buy some more. Beep, beep, beep. I want pizza rolls. Hey, there's a guy. Creature. Who? Not a frozen pizza. Pizza rolls, and I haven't put it in yet. Actually, maybe I should just walk. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, they have Christmas lights. Heck yeah.
Beep, beep, beep,
Beep,
beep, beep,
beep, beep.
You will, real. Master,
Wow.
please shove food in, please.
I would not appreciate an oven calling me master. Step off, oven. Okay, winter root, crystal fruit, snow yam, crocus. And then, okay, there's no winter crops bundle. What if it had a maid dress? That would be... What do you mean, what if it had a maid dress? I don't know. Can you call me master? No, you already know what to call me. No, Star Cat, bad. The dress would probably burn. Well, if it was on the outside. If it were specifically designed for... Oh, there is no... You can't buy the watermelon. Huh. Hi, Necromantic. Welcome, welcome. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a cozy night. I had 2 mystery. We got a rusty spoon? Gunther can tell you more about this if I donate it. Okay. Powder is the only thing that's from artifact spots and caves. Okay. What if your oven gets filled and I don't? That's a you problem. Weird spoon. Welcome. Alright, what am I doing? Hey, there's new stuff here. Prime produce. For an upcoming promotion, I'm thinking of offering some high quality vegetables at a slight premium. Nowhere a thrifty shopkeeper might find 25 gold star vegetables. Well, I'm not gonna do this in the winter, I can't. For unknown reasons, the local population of lingcod has grown to an unsustainable level. Sure, we can do that one. Doing good, just settling down for the night. Yay, cozy time. Cozy, comfy time. How goes stream? It's been fun. I'm really enjoying Stardew. It's my first time playing. We're gonna go upgrade the other coop. And then we're gonna go... Actually, no, let's just buy animals. Let's just spend all of our money on animals. I think that's what we should do. When you go back to the farm, you should look at your fruit cave. Oh yeah, okay. I can do that. Oh, she's wearing a different outfit. So there's a Christmas tree. Yay! And we can do bunnies now. Bum bum bum. Oh. Why isn't she open today? Why? Time to lay on your body size pillow. You going to sleep? Are you going to sleep? Just some dude. Bunnies. Yeah, bunnies start. I guess we can't do that today though. Did I give Linus 10 tips? Any yarn? Yums? No, I didn't grow any more after you told me to do that. Zip hands, you saw them? Yeah, I saw them too, but I can't get in there. The secret pants. We can do it next year. Do you know something about the pants? Maybe? I don't know. Do I? Alright, wintermelon planted. Oh yeah, I should water it too. Sure nuggets. I'm making pizza rolls and I haven't put them in yet. Wait, what am I doing? Find the shadowy figure. Oh, did it leave a clue for me? I didn't see a clue. Hold on. Squeak. Nothing here. Pizza rolls. There's nothing here, Oshimu. The fruit bats are sleeping. Voice is like ASMR to you. Thank you. That means a lot. How's there nothing? Because I was checking it every once in a while and taking the fruit out. I was checking it pretty often. Shadow figure. Oh, there's like footsteps. I see. It's going this way. It's going up here. Oh. Shadow guy. Yeep, you caught me. I'm sorry. Take it. Take it. It looked so valuable. I couldn't help myself. A magnifying glass? You received the magnifying glass. You now have the ability to find secret notes. These notes reveal rare and useful information and can be reviewed in your collections tab. Huh? Secret notes? Seems a little fruity. Same. Kinda thought I forgot about it. Nope. I kept on top of that stuff. Gosh, I did like nothing today. Let's do fishing. We have to get this ling cod. Are you a lingcod? Near your perch. Brain has turned smooth. Yay! Enjoy smooth brain. I always have smooth brain. Not lingcod. Oh my god. No. This one sucks. It's fighting me. That sucked. I don't like the fishing minigame in this game. Cause closing on 3K. Why are you slurping on that fish? True, why? Okay, no more fishing. Fishing's too hard. Maybe I can buy like an upgraded fishing thing. I didn't have it. The fish are being too mean to me. There's several secrets with the shorts. I can't even get them. I need to be friends with Marnie or whatever her name is. Marnie. Does the Cappy emote get worse every year? I swear it didn't look that bad before. It's pretty crusty and low resolution. Classic Kappa. Could put them on your display in the fall fair for a special result. Oh, that's funny. I don't know, I felt like I didn't do anything today, but that's fine. Gingify it. No, it's ugly. Foofy. Foofy. Maybe Marnie will be open today. I mean, yeah, Marnie. Yeah. Hey, you could just wanted to let you know about a new item I'm carrying. It's called a wood chipper. You can use it to break hardwood into several pieces of regular wood. I know wood can be hard to come by in the winter, so if your supply gets hold of considering blah blah blah. Hey, I've got a little challenge for you. Catch me a squid. You can fish them from the ocean at night. They only show up in the winter though. I don't want to do fishing. Dum dum. Did I give Marnie the mayor's purple underwear? No, she just had them already. She just had them. Break hardwood into regular wood. I mean, it's like converting gold into lead. What do you need hardwood for anyway? I've not really had any uses for it. And I guess it's just to help you out because all the trees are dead in the winter. If you like get stuck maybe needing to get some wood. Those are duck eggs. Do we not have any duck eggs? Hardwood is for advanced structures and recipes. Oh, okay. Just curious where the farmer went. What farmer? What farmer are you talking about? From my shoulder. Who? Oh! I don't know. I'm lying. Can I snip you? Oh, I can snip you! Can I snip you? Okay, we have wool. And large goat milk. Nice. From on my shoulder. Yeah, that one. They're gone. Where's the farmer? They're gone. threw them away in the trash. Because I wanted the chicken. I wanted my chicken. Okay, let's make a loom. Fancy. When did it happen? When I got the chicken. Jacket's so comfy and cute. It has ears. Heck yeah, ears jacket. Never even got to say goodbye. Well, you can do that now. Why doesn't she work anymore? Please, I just want to buy animals. Want milk? Bye bye, Etrian Odyssey 3 for me got treated for ninja that can subclass into you. It's a chicken, not a ninja.
Give me some of your oats.
I'll give you oats. And okay, Legoman, sleep well and cozy, have sweet dreams. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Bye. Does this chicken look like a ninja to you? Flavored ramen. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yes. Oh. Process these kids. Wheat? What am I gonna do with wheat? Thank you, Flavored Ramen. And thank you, Super Fanbot. Great, next season, it's useless. Bum, 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 bum. Has a tail too, awesome. Sounds super cute. Okay, put this here. Bum, 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 bum. Hello, YouTube chat. Yay! Cheese, 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 cheese. Alright. I guess we can go upgrade something. Emidian, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a cozy, comfy day. Oh. No, wait, no, I want to go to town. I need to get up and put my pizza rolls on. But I'm being lazy. Get stretched. Thank you for stretching me. Alright, let's upgrade. I guess the hoe would probably be the smart thing to do so everything can be steel. Except for the trash can. And yeah. Wish someone would stretch you. And then I guess we can do cave stuff. Oh wait, we could do fishing. Hold on, I wanna see the fishing vendor. Now you're a cat boy as well, yay! Comfy and cozy. The most important part of being a cat. it's an Arliss. I need that. Okay, I'm gonna see if there's like a better fishing rod that I can buy. Or like, I can make better bait too, but I don't think that helps with like the bar. I think, wait, where's the bait at? Where's the bait? Deluxe bait. Oh, it's bait and moss. Oh, it does say it increases the size of the fishing bar. Okay. Fish smoker. Ice pip. Fish tank. Okay, so fiberglass rod is the best one that I can use right now. This island you're on has something special when it rains. However, you have to wait till spring to have a rain totem. What island? Oh, this thing? I didn't know it was an island. Okie dokie. Oops. Catch a squid. Do you think Marnie would be working now? Does she just not work all winter? What are my opinions on cornbread? I don't like it. It's okay. Like once in a while. My family would make it during like gatherings sometimes. It's one of those dishes where it's like all the people like it. So people always make it like tradition stuff. But I don't like the taste of butter, so that's probably why I don't like it, because it's very buttery. At least the kinds that I have. Yeah, it's dry. Crumbly. Just some dude. You're very silly. Okay. I found a butt without the R. Butt. Any butt fans in the chat? Be nice, King is an ED. Be nice. Don't project on Fata. Hi, Star. I need to go put my food in the oven. I need it. Like 75. There. Now I can fish easily, although it's already nighttime. Let's give it a try. Nothing wrong with being dry. She might be at Pierre's. Well, she won't be selling me stuff if she's at Pierre's. I need to buy animals. Perfect. It's a bass. Wait. The dark powers among us are trying to turn you evil. It's okay to be evil. Embrace your evil side. I'm deep mourning, but she's taken. Can't you steal her away? Come live with me on my farm. You'll never have to deal with another, I don't know, some marital problem. Come, hide away with me, live on my farm. You'll never have to do laundry again because I don't change my clothes.
Is this chat wet or dry? Looks inside, it's horny.
It's
Yuka
a good
says,
chat. It's a good chat. Star. Being attacked by a bat while I'm fishing. Ah! Yep. Hi, Donatilla. Good morning. You don't change your clothes either. You sleep in the same set of clothing you wear in the day. Why would you sleep in clothing? Are you a farmer? Also, good morning. Hope you slept nice and cozy. Sleeping naked's where it's at, exactly. Can we get a Yuku hey hey guys emote? Like it's paid emote like 100,000 bits. You can't have animated emotes as the bit reward emotes, sadly. Also, I don't unlock the bit emotes until someone can actually use them. The highest is like 10,000 right now. I wouldn't be able to be animated. Just, you could wave but two hands. Okay, stop. Stop it. Stop. Why are you looking at me like that? We got a secret note? If you can read this, come to Secret Woods. Please bring maple syrup. I'm coming! I'll bring your maple syrup. Should we do this right now? Could probably make it. Can't use any of my bit emotes because you gifted subs instead. It's okay. It's okay, don't worry about it. They're not that great. What's up, Aster? What? What? Coming? What? What? Do I have the secret woods? Yeah, unless they're blocked off or something. Maple syrup for the secret woods. Hey, there's stuff here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yum, yum, yum. Alright. Do I just... What do I do? Oh, we got a dwarf scroll. So, we move the maple syrup. Where are they? I should tell Twitch about your cute outfit. I think they saw you. Your cat ears and tail coat and your fishnets. Am I doing this wrong? Can you get a week timeout? Why? I guess this isn't what they want me to do. But the note left. The note disappeared. If you're gonna read this, come to Secret Woods. Please bring maple syrup. I did that. It is between 6 and 7 p.m. What? Why so specific? Six and 7 p.m. I'm not gonna be able to remember that. Crocus. Do you have a good reason? Do you need to do like studying stuff or something? Set an alarm. 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Oh. Okay, that's easier. Can do that. Steph can do it. Steph would never. I need to put my food in the oven. I need to go put my food in the oven. Whoa. I want them. My food.
6p. Moo.
Who are you? Hi, good morning. Who are you? You seem to be doing well. The farm looks great. So you've been here a while, and I'm sure you've acquired some cloth by now, right? Cloth? Did you know that you can use cloth to tailor all kinds of clothes? All you need is access to a sewing machine. And I happen to have one at home. Feel free to swing by and use it anytime. Oh. To start tailoring, you'll need a piece of cloth and a secondary item. Experiment and see what unique styles are out there. I have a waifu? And she has a sister? Huh. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, you give me a fish. Thank you. Okay, I'll be right back. Why do you want to be banned? Why do you want to be banned? Don't be banned. Alright, let's go. Community center. Inventory full forever. I would like if you stayed. If you stayed with us, that'd be pretty cool. So, what are you doing, Star? What is that? String crops. Thank you for Sippy. Hooray! Spippy. Hooray!
I double majored in geology and cuisine. I've always had a passion for rocks and rolls.
So dumb.
Womper, dreamt your womper, yubku. Womper, water,
Womper.
meow, yuku,
I'll
water.
drink it and drink. Snow yam is from artifact spots. You gotta dig it. Okay. Could do ASMR. I do ASMR. I have a whole YouTube channel for it. You can look me up on YouTube. Yuku ASMR. Prince Yuku ASMR. Alright. The dwarf scroll. Cat alert. So, how do I use that? How do I use this? You need an iridium rod. Oh, that's dumb. Hi, Dachi. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a cozy night. Alright, what else can we do? Okay, this. This. Okay. I didn't even know there was a iridium fishing rod, but I guess that makes sense. Here. Alright, let's do our animal stuff. That's okay. No milk. I'll bet you. No milk. You have milk.
Yuku, my rod is made of iridium. What do I do?
I don't know. Stick a thingy on it. Okay, Mousy doesn't have milk. Yes. Good, no milk. Can you name a goat after me? No, we're done with goats for now. I'm gonna get more sheep and some... I'm gonna get some sheep and rabbits, I guess. We're out of hay. Cow? No, we're done with cows. Gonna be comfy cozy, yay, me too. There's not a lot of hay going on here. We're gonna have to buy some hay, I think. This should be enough for now, though. What's going on? I'm getting some hay for the animals. Didn't mod this. Never seen a black cat. No mods. Maybe the black cat is part of one of the new updates. At the start of the game, I got to pick an animal between a bunch of different kinds. There was like a bunch of different dogs and cats. No mods! Only chicken. And good night, King of Sunny D. Sorry I didn't ban you. I still don't understand why, but take care. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. The fancy milk. No. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Ooh. Oh, wool's worth a lot. 612. And cloth is worth even more. Okay, we will go undo that thing. Talk to Marnie, maybe she's home. Currently suffering from the cons of being a man. Really happens, very hard to get rid of, huh? Marnie. Please sell me livestock. Oh, she's here. We get a pig. Pigs are 1600s. Oh no, 16,000. I kind of want to get more sheep though. And rabbits. Let's go get... Okay, who wants to be a sheep? Oh wait, no, I already said Moo was gonna be one, I think. I think Moo... Cloud dibs. And... Oh, the rabbits also give wool. Woolly rabbits, they shed precious for wool. Alright, who wants to be a bunny? Babagu. Oh, do you want me to change the name? I can change it. People kill for truffles. I don't think truffles look very good. They look like mushrooms. You're so tired but you don't want to sleep 14 hours. Don't sleep 14 hours. Set an alarm. Set an alarm. Okay, I'm gonna name the bunny Fungus. Exactly. That's why they look icky. Here, we'll name the bunny Crazy. Crazy Bun. Oh, Aster, you're too slow. Aster. Here, I'll get another one. Do you want to be a bunny or a sheep, Aster? Bum, bum, bum. You're too fast. No. Do you want to be bunny or sheep? Bunny, sheep, bunny, sheep, bunny, sheep. My pizza rolls are almost done. I can smell them. Bussy, bunny. Okay. You want to be Bun Aster or Aster? Aster. Baster. No. Bun Aster. Bun Aster. Okay, I'll change it. I'm gonna change Moo Moo's name to Babagoo. Babagoo. Meow. Where is Giant Glup? Not Glup. Brain. Babagoo. Milk the bunnies. No, it says they're woolly bunnies. So they produce wool. And there should be, oh, there's the other one. Yeah, they're woolly bunnies. I kind of want to do like more ground cover here. It's kind of lame, there's not that many tiles for the ground stuff. My stuff's done, but I'm not ready. I'm not done. Okay, be right back.
Don't let your pizza rolls burn, chap. Master, the hot, yummy, gooey rectangles are ready. Biomameo.
I thought I unmuted. I pressed the button. I pressed the wrong button. I'm sorry. Hi. Hi, I pressed the wrong button. I got back and I was like screaming because they were too hot because I put one in my mouth. Probably best you didn't hear that, to be honest.
Cheese. I'm cheese. Cheese.
Cheese.
Cheese touch.
Cheese.
What the fuck? Who has the cheese touch?
You do. Probably. Anyway. That's a bear! That smell. Come closer. No. Mm-hmm.
Yuku, don't do it. It's gonna be Baldur's Gate all over again.
It could have been M Smoother, Yuku. I know. Well, he looks cute as he is. Look at him. He looks like a crazy person. It's not every day I get to speak to a human. Looks like you've got a little bit of force magic in you. Now about my note. Did you bring the good stuff? Whew, that smell. This is really the sweet stuff. It's my favorite sauce. It makes me very happy. You've made a friend today, Yuku. I've got something special I want to show you. Are we really gonna do that with the bear? Prime! I'll take your Prime. Oshimu, the bear left you with his special knowledge. Salmon berries and blackberries are now worth 3 times the gold. Amazing. So is that like... How do I see my... Oh, bear's knowledge. Awesome. I think you just got Fade to Black sex scene with the bear. Yeah, I know. We got the knowledge from the bear. The secret bear knowledge. About sags. Jeez! Too bad we can't have bears on our farm. Unbearable. Alright, I wanna do some stuff. Why as soon as I is written evil? I don't know. She possessed. I think she's just spooky. At night. Sport. Spaceberry. Slug, or land slug, is a common name for any apparently shellless terrestrial gastropod mollusk. Imagine being a gastropod and not having a shell. That's embarrassing.
While this may be your idea of fun, I prefer long walks on a sandy beach as the sun sets.
Same. Meow meow. Dachi. Alright, I mean, we didn't do much today, but we did manage to get some new animals, so that's good. Always nice to have new animals. Shells are overrated. Well, if you're a snake, you don't need a shell, but if you're like a little worm, certainly would keep you alive better than not having a shell. Let's make there. You have a confession. What is your confession, Stuffy? Sometimes you open the YouTube stream just to pretend you're seeing Yuku for the first time. That's super sweet, I think. Isn't it? I think it's really sweet. I want to have more stone paths. I want to have stone paths like creeping out. I'm glad that people like the YouTube stream stuff. No! Give me that back. I don't want to put it in there. I want to put it under you. Fine. Okay. It's sleep time for cats. Cryo! Cryo, 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 cryo. Welcome, welcome, Cryo Invaders. Hello, nya. Nya, nya. How was your stream? Welcome, welcome. I think we're done for the day. Yeah. What were you playing, Cryo? Thank you. Oh, heck yeah, more Marvel Rivals. How was it? Did you win? Who's your favorite Marvel rival? I actually don't know. I don't know about that game, but so many people play it. It's snowing! Stream is good, Rivals is cool. Heck yeah. Glad you had fun. It's so pretty. We must interact with our lovely animals. Everyone give Cryo a follow. They're a cute kitty just like me. Alright, let's try to milk our livestock. Iron Fist. Punchy cat. Ring. Oh, sure. Winter Soldier. I've never really been into Marvel or like hero shooters, but it is interesting to watch. And Overwatch definitely deserves some competition. Alright, do we get 4 milks, 2 goats, 3 goat milks? 1, 2, 3, 4. Game looks fun, you haven't tried because superhero. I'm surprised. Well, maybe not that much. It kind of seems like a staff game. Almost. The shooty games. Walk. Walk. We're out of hay again. Never been into superhero stuff, so it doesn't really draw you at all. That's understandable. I guess I'm pretty much the same. Okay, I think we're gonna have to buy a bunch of hay. Because we're definitely not getting enough. Take care, Dover. Thank you for lurking. Have a nice rest of your night. No neither but some outside heroes. That MMO. I've heard a lot of cool things about that game. Are you playing you're playing a private server, right? The official servers for that game shut down a long time ago, I think. My favorite Marvel rival character that I've seen is the funny little shark guy. They gotta add more of those kinds of characters. It's an officially licensed private server. Interesting. I mean, I guess that's one way to do it once you in service. Just let someone else take care of it. Better than like just leaving it to rot. Alright, the food animals have been fooded animals. Today we'll do cave stuff. I'm gonna make another box for eggs and milk. And we'll put it like... where will we put it? Maybe like... Put it right there. I'll decorate it up later. Soon. They should add a flurkin to Marvel Rivals. Cat aliens that are intelligent and have endless voids in their tummies and huge tentacles in their mouth. Oh. Tentacles in their mouth, just like me. Yeah. Oh yeah, I have pizza rolls. I'm gonna like move this over here. My wiggly tentacle mouth. Nah. I'm gonna hunt down artifact spots so we can get our turn-ins. Show me worms. Show me wiggly worms. You don't really like tentacles? You don't understand them? They're just wiggly. They're cute. They're interesting. They have a mind of their own. There's a worm. A bone flute. Tentacles. Should you put ham on your bagel? Yeah. Hey, we got it. We got this one yum. You need the protein, Steffi. Linus 10 tips. No. You're going, boy, it's true. I have no idea where Linus is. Wait, why am I here? Big coop. We need 10,000 monies. I want a mill. Hi, little bro. Good morning. Hope you sleep nice and comfy. Welcome, welcome. What do you mean, Reggie? Who's Reggie? What's Reggie? Hi, Death Note. Welcome, welcome. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a comfy, cozy night. Yay! This bridge repair thing will be done now. This house is empty for years. Trees moved in and so did we. We're not under attack, they're friends. A little bit of a crunchy cat. Yay! Gotta do the puffy face. It's not a toggle, I have to actually puff my cheeks. I gotta puff on my cheeks for real. I don't think I can combine them. I think it's too advanced. Oh god.
Can I squish your face while you do the puffed up cheeks? You're smug.
No. You're not allowed. Only I can squish my cheeks.
Can I feed you pizza rolls while your cheeks are puffed? Yuka plaid.
No. Can I inflate? Maybe. My puff may inflated. Inflate me with your love. What? Why is that quotable? Like, overflowing with love and affection. Nice bug. You look back on this one and forget why you said it. Why? It's not a weird thing to say. We don't want that back. Buck. Bunk. Alright. Where is this? Wait, I know where this is. This is to the right of the cave. They're fixing it. Ooh. Fish worth 25% more. We'll be a fish millionaire. Also, hi, Missy. We'll be a fishionaire. Beautiful.
Hi!
Hi. Hi, hi. Why was there only one egg? It's past your bedtime, Brandon. You said you were sleeping 2 hours ago. Oh, true. But we love Ryan's company. Besides, it's Christmas. Merry Christmas. I heard if you stay up on Christmas Eve when Santa comes, and if you catch him, you can sit in this app and get more presents. Grimace! Sort of feeded you with in bed, feel they have earned their teeth like a sheep. Like a sheep! Oh, I got a chicken statue, what? What if I want to place my chicken statue? Weird. I heard if you stay up and Santa comes to your house and you catch him, I heard the FBI has a $2 million. Hey, there's a bug cat devious glue. It's gonna glue your hole shut. Corey is the new place I unlocked. I figured that. Yes, your hole. Chicken statue! Flute block. Hi, hi, Latham. Welcome. How's it going? Are you enjoying your Christmas? Why did I say it like that? Say like what? I always say your name right. How do I say your name? Is it Latham or Latham? Your name is Litham? I swear you corrected me like a long time ago and you said it was Lytham. And that's why I've been calling you Lytham for the past 2 years. I'm sorry. Litham. I'll try to remember. I'll do my best. I'm always right. True. I'm learning how to pronounce so many people's names today. Hi, Avis. Knock knock. Who's there? Knock knock. Me. Me who? Pronounce your name. Anethica. That's all rocks. That's so many rocks. I just gave up my
Lithium carbide.
lithium carbide cabinet. Yoo-hoo. That's dumb. How do I pronounce your name?
Inithika.
Inithika. Whoop. How do I pronounce whoop? Is it whoop? Inithika. Well, I'm done for getting rid of my pick. I can't get anything done here. Woof. Woof woof? Is that your name? Woof woof. Woof. Woof woof. Woof. Go in the cave. I can't get over there because I don't have my pickaxe. Woof. Fluff. Woof. Lava katana. Ooh. Yeah, I can't get to the minecart. I don't have my pickaxe. There's a rock in the way. I'm not that dumb. Well, I'm done for getting rid of my pickaxe. Slutcaster. Make a bomb. I guess I have bomb. I guess. Look at my chicken though. I want it to be up here. Maybe I'll put it over here. Make yourself lunch. Chickens. Chicken schnitzel with sriracha, broccoli, and peas and rice with soy sauce. That sounds yummy. Don't drink the duck. Rada. looks good. Chicken good. And other stuff. Egg. Okay, bomb. Bomb, bomb. Bum bum. You're so cute. What did I do? What did I do this time? I didn't do it. I didn't do it, Sammy. Hi, Isogo. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a cozy, comfy day. Hope it's going well. You are all adorable and cute and wonderful people. Yeah. There's no more pizza rolls. There's no more pizza rolls. Thank you for Sippy. Thank you for meow. I should have made more pizza rolls. Pizza rolls. Luna, those aren't for you. She loves the crumbs. If I were a pizza roll, would I be hot and overflowing with goop? Eat Luna. Luna deserves pets. She's just a hungry cat. Hi, Vimralita. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a cozy day. Okay, I guess it's getting late. We have to retreat. We have to hide. We have to run. Hi, Estes. Late foraging. Tent kit. Survival burger. No. What's sold for so much? The cheese and the mayonnaise and the mayonnaise. We should make more mayonnaise machines. We should make more. I have the golden clock. Yeah. The best way you can describe how Vegemite tastes to non-Australians is solid soy sauce. I've got an unusual request. Could you keep this a secret? I want you to deliver an amethyst to Emily. It's her favorite stone. Sure. I have an amethyst. I think. Soy sauce just tastes like salt to me. Do I have an amethyst? Do I not have an amethyst? I thought I did. I do. I have an amethyst. I don't know if I would want to eat straight up soy sauce. Alright, is that 4 milks and 3 goat milks? Yes. Have a nice dinner. Alright, we need to go get more hay. Upgraded your phone, new camera's ball 200 megapixel. There's so many megapixels. 200. You can take so many cute pictures of animals. And get all the fluffy bits. I think I'm just gonna buy more hay. We'll buy an animal and then we'll buy the rest hay. Who wants to name a sheep? Who wants to name a sheep? Who wants to name a sheep name now? Give me, name it, no, give me another name. Fua. Fua. Thank you. Another guy, you, name it Fortnite. I'll name the next bunny Fortnite. Cause we're full up on sheeps now. Fortnite skibbity balls. That's not a good name. No offense. It's a really terrible name. Also, I forgot to buy. Hey. I forgot to buy their food. So it's great. It's not great. I'm a serious Stardew gamer. I like having cute names. Thank you. Name a bunny cinnamon roll. Okay. Wananachi. Wananachi. Okay. Try to remember. I do. Don't you take your skibbity seriously? We're getting too much iridium quality stuff. Okay. Are the melons ready? Who's Emily? That one. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Ah! I'm okay. I didn't spill. It's like empty almost. Okay, now I can't spill. It's empty. It's not a throw, it's one can. It's one can. Don't project. I'm not that filthy. I'm actually very clean. Hey, Emily. No. Desk audit. There's nothing on my desk. Are you Emily? It's from who? We got it at Clint's? Well, I don't care. We got it from It's Beautiful. Thank you. Smooch! We got a smooch! We're only 1 star with her. 1 heart. Nene Brongo, thanks for hanging out tonight. Sleep well and cozy. Have sweet dreams. Because more basils than cans on his desks. Yeah, I do. Come here, crazy. Yay. Of course you can have a smooch. Extended? Huh? What do you mean extended? That was a normal smooch. Quarry. So now we can blow stuff up. Oh, that explodes a lot more than I thought it would. That's actually kind of pog. What does the sign say? Huh? I don't know what this is. Ooh, I don't have my pickaxe. It says spooky skeletons alert. Warning. Spooky skeletons. Oh, we got 2 secret notes in one go. There's no better helper than a raisin-fed Junimo. Oh. That's at the train station. Interesting. Got another one. Hold on, let me do the rail station thingy first. We're getting so much stuff. Does this place respawn? Last winning, we got so many secret notes. Heck yeah. We might as well get some trees to match. Alright, we're gonna have enough wood for expansions to the farm forever. And stone. We're up to 800 wood and 400 stone. It does say skeleton. Skeleton! Don't give up, skeleton. Dwarf. Enjoy. Have a nice... Oh! Have a nice thick gem. Okay, those pizza rolls cured every illness that I had. I'm actually in perfect health now. Yeah. I kinda wanna play something else though. I feel like I should maybe like save the treasure chest. 5,000. Can I like use it? I just sell it? Yeah, I kind of want to play Shaves. Why are you giving me that face? Anyway, I kind of want to save the winter part of Stardew for closer to Christmas time. So we could do Shapes today, and then we can do Minecraft tomorrow for the contest. And then we can do... And then it'll be the 24th, which is Christmas Eve, which we'll do Dover's game, the picture game. I forget what it's called, but it's cute. And then we'll do like Christmassy stuff. Like Stardew. My inventory's full. My inventory's full. Closer to Christmas. 2 days. No, it's 1 day. No, it's... It's 3 days. It's what am I doing? Christmas. No, I didn't. No, so today is the 20th. It might be past midnight, but to me, oh, I got a warm flannel shirt. I like my overalls though. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, what was I gonna say? I don't remember. Never mind. We'll just Christmas started on the eve. The Christmas Eve. And then I found my secret in the dark tunnel. I look forward to meeting you. In the dark tunnel? Your secret? Okay, we'll focus on that one tomorrow. And I had all those presents. I know. Why do you all love to gaslight me? I'm just a little cat boy. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. But yeah, tomorrow's the Minecraft contest judging, and then there will be Christmas Eve, and then Mega Bomb. How do I make a Mega Bomb? Mega Bomb. I wanna make Mega Bomb. I wanna make a Mega Bomb. How do I make a Mega Bomb? Mega Bomb. Hey, that's not too hard. Let's make some Mega Bombs. Oh, who are you? Hello there, Yuku. So your first year in Stardew Valley is almost over, huh? If you keep buying seeds from me, you'll be twice as productive next year. And I have some exciting news. I'll be selling new seed varieties in my shop next year. I should have one new variety per season. Well, that's all I wanted to say. Have a good one. New seeds? Can they do that? You know, I wouldn't even bother trying my competitor seeds. Pierre seeds are the highest quality seeds you'll find anywhere. That's a promise. I love his seed. Dear Yuku, tomorrow we're all gathering in front of Marnie's house for the Festival of Ice. It's a celebration of winter. There'll be snowmen, ice sculptures, and an ice fishing competition. Arrive between 9 AM and 2 PM if you'd like to participate. Okay. Okay. Quack, quack. I love his seeds. He's been the one helping us with the farm.
Quack.
Oh, they're all angry because I starved them. I'm sorry. I forgot to feed them. I'm sorry. Quack. Alright, come here. You're looking very milkable today. Wait, why are you grumpy at me? Why are some of them grumpy? It's looking a little. There's hay right there. recording everything I say. I have been petting them, I thought. I thought I had been. Looks grumpy. I thought I did pet them all. Okay, I'm missing Kippy. And Glup. And Fuafua. Where's Kippy? Where's Kippy? Oh, okay, I caught Kippy. There. I pet them all. Actually, don't keep me. No, I refuse. It's too late. Gosh, there was like no milk today. They were all angry at me. Sad. It made me forget what I was gonna do today. Oh yeah, I have to go get my pickaxe. And then I don't know. I want to save my money so I have money for the festivities. So oh. Big stuff. Okay, what was I gonna do today? I completely forgot. I had plans and everything, but now I forget. Duck. Large. Oh yeah, I was gonna make more mayonnaise. And 2 more. 2 more. There. Now our mayonnaise production will be overtime. Billions of mayonnaise. Keep the apple. Alright. Oh yeah, the note. Have you found my secret in the dark tunnel? The dark tunnel, the dark tunnel. The dark tunnel. The dark tunnel, the dark tunnel. Could it be referring to this over here? In here? Oh, I didn't know I could even come here. It's a battery-powered lockbox. Unfortunately, there's no battery in it. Batteries. I don't know what I did with my tea, but it's really yummy. I used an extra tea bag. I think that's the difference. It's delicious, though. Battery. delicious. Battery. It worked. The lockbox swings open. Inside, there's a note. Your first task, bring a rainbow shell to the train platform. Leave it in the box. A rainbow shell? A delicious battery. What's a rainbow shell? Rainbow shell. I borrowed a necklace from Mom, but lost it somewhere near the bathhouse. She's going to freak out if she notices it's missing. I want it. Actually, no, later. Later. Do you not like the taste of batteries? It's so good. So good. What does my battery taste like? It tastes like metal. Do you like me? Do you like me? He likes everything I've given him. What about the one I want? Haley. She likes the eggs. Okay, lost necklace. How would I find it? Oh wait, maybe it's in the bathhouse. Well, she said like near the bathhouse. Wait, what does it say? Lost it somewhere near the bathhouse. Near the bathhouse. Trash. Is it in this bush? Do you have it? Can I go in the tunnel? No. Hey, there's a butterfly. It's gotta be in the bathhouse. Oh. Possibly. Could it potentially be here? Nope. No. Well, this one's confusing. It doesn't really give us any more hints other than the ones we've already got. So, like... Near the bathhouse. Necklace. If you could turn into a butterfly, how long would I want to be one? Forever. No. For like a day. No stream today. I'm a butterfly. The jealousy would be insane. Can I have a hint about this one?
Yuka, is your belly button free? Can I move in and live there? Yuka plaid.
Yeah. Yeah. You could look it up if you remind me what you did last. Well, it's just one of the secret notes. I was talking about a necklace near the bathhouse. That's all the information I have. Necklace lost near the bathhouse. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be inside, like... Maybe Lena stole it. Is there anywhere else that's free? Yeah. Which one is it? 25. Note number 25. Fish in the water outside the spa any season except winter. Oh, is that it? Okay. Thank you, Horatio, but I guess I can't do that this season. Thank you. Thank you. Where? You can live inside the soup bowl. Stardew Valley. Meow. I always keep my soup on me. What's the other one? I've scared off 6 crows. Parts still needed for my greatest invention yet. Gold bar, iridium bar, backpack, battery pack, diamond, strawberries. Oh, should I do this? Gold bar, iridium bar. Do I have strawberries? I don't know if I have strawberries. Don't think I do, actually. Alright, Crazy, where would you want to live? If you could live anywhere in the world, where would you want to live? Book. Hey, question. How come some of my plants are dying? They're being watered. Oh, big money. Haunted by ghosts. Don't know if you should say it. Anywhere in the whole world. Also, I keep reading to watch the cooking channel. Within the shorts. Did we have a video break? I think you could just munch his pizza rolls ungamed. We did not have a video break. Oh heck, how has it been already 9 hours? What? Huh? Also, how are we out of hay again? Time sure flies when you're gaming. I said I wanted to play shapes. I love farming. Alright. There's no hay. The festival of ice has begun. Alright. Farming gives a pretty good time sinks, true. Ice fishing competition. Ice sculpture, look, it's a bean. If it was up to me, I'd probably have a pizza festival at the saloon. Aww. Tree of the Winter Star. Rare wallpaper, frozen dreams, icy rag. Cranberry sauce. Stuffing. Pumpkin soup. Hi, Eric Static. Welcome. Sorry about the ads. Where's the Neil Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong cannon? Where? I kinda wanna get the tree, but... Let's get the tree, fine. It's expensive, but like... Come on. What kind of snowman should we make? Something funky. Snowmen are boring. Think outside the box. Okay, I think I might stick with something more conventional. She doesn't like that one. She doesn't like the one I told her. Give me a carrot nose. I said funky. Be nice to me. Today's been hard, okay? Didn't know what to say winner. I did, kind of. Is this all there is to do here? Thank you, Eli. But I can't even ice fish because I can't use my inventory. Can't sleep. Welcome back, King of Sunny D. Ice fishing! How do I ice fish? Welcome back. Hopefully you can get a little more cozy here, King of Sunny D, and then get some rest. Oh. I'm not near a hole. Your goal is to catch as many fish as possibly can in 2 minutes. Using the provided fishing rod, you must catch your fish here. The fish aren't biting! My other rod, what do you mean? What are you talking about, crazy? Business. Oops. Shino. Hi, Shino. What you doing? You know. Did you sleep? Did I win?
Jeez Louise, I'm bonkers for cheese.
Laid in bed for almost 3 hours. I missed you. That's a lot of fish. Gag, the smell. Now for the winner of this year's ice fishing competition. Yuku with 6 big slimy fish. But welcome back. You should try to get some more sleep, Shino. Shino, but here's your prize. Wait, did we get all of this? Did we get all of these? Or just one? Oh, we got all of them. That's it for this year's Festival of Ice. Thank you for coming, everyone. Now let's release these poor fish. Yeah, awesome. can't believe I won. Well, time to head home. Wait, I need to feed my animals. Feed my animals. Sleep field 2. The sleep is failing. Hi, hyena. Napped like 4 or 5 hours earlier. Sleep, yes.
At Shinobu, take some Benadryl to have the Benadryl Hat Man to pay you a visit.
The Benadryl. The Benadryl. Too many gummies, 3 milligrams. I don't think you can have a tolerance to melatonin. For better or worse, you were trapped. The effects become worse. Melatonin resistant. Wow, I didn't know that. What sword do you have? This golden one. I think it's called like the blessed sword or something.
The Benadryl Hat Man wants to pay you a visit at
The
Shinobu.
holy blade. Don't be itchy. Too bad. Alright, I think we'll stop here for today. And we'll do something else for 3 hours. How do we leave? We'll save winter for another time. Yeah, let's watch videos for a bit. I'll probably make a little bit more of a snack because I didn't have very many pizza bites. Here we go watch videos.
At Shinobu, don't you want to feel the spiders on your body from the Benadryl?
The Benadryl. Core Keeper's a cool game.
Benadryl more like Benadryl some partners into your life.
Somewhat. Huh? Is this Paper Mario? Yeah. This is Over Shiver Mountain from Paper Mario. $10 and stopped for some reason back in 2020. So probably more updates since then. Yeah, it's been updated a lot. Look up Heavenly Sighs.
This is the Nintendo police. You're about to be copyright struck.
Oh, this is like Giant Tusk Girl ASMR. So you wanna watch this? I don't think I could comfortably play this. You couldn't handle it. Chat couldn't handle it.
You ever wondered what it might be like to try to find a job in the hit 2008 video game Fallout 3? I have. The world of Fallout 3 has been totally obliterated by nuclear weapons, and it's been taken over by roving gangs of jerks. But there's still some semblance of an organized economy, at least in the major settlements, and if you were looking for work in this world, those major settlements are exactly where you want to be. So you basically have two good options. You can either live in Rivet,
corny ASMR, you're going to absolutely annihilate your YouTube recommendations. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Do you really not like this stuff, Esther?
Both places have a standardized currency called caps, and they have some variety of available industries to work in, but which one is doing better overall? How's the employment rate in each place? How diversified is the economy? What's the GDP? Is it even possible to calculate these things? You're also going to be looking at lots of graphs and at least one table and maybe this spreadsheet at least once. Let's start by talking about Megaton. Megaton is a city that seems to have been built inside the crater of an unexploded nuclear bomb, and its population seems largely made up of people who either currently
Stream Deck software is like lagging like crazy.
Sort of mercenaries or as part of trade caravans. It's kind of a backwater Wild West sort of place within every man for themselves philosophy that's gradually transitioning into being a more stable.
This is the unemployment Bethesda Game Town guy. Yeah, exactly.
32.
You don't like his hair.
25% of these people are unnamed settlers, people who seem to be newer to the community and haven't found solid footing yet. 12.5% of the population are devotees to a local church, which seems like a pretty big group, but the rest of them seem to be more permanently settled individuals who either have obvious jobs or have homes and roles, etc., etc. Let's take a look at the age demographic breakdown. Nearly 70% of the population is of working age, a quarter of the population is old, and just 6% are children. The most notable figure of those is going to be the 25% of people who are old, so let's keep that in the back of our mind as we proceed. Wouldn't it be great if you could do this type of extensive, self-motivated research on every single topic that's important to you in the real world? Yes, it would, but it's just not practical. So what do we do instead? Well, we just consume headlines or posts via algorithms, which is sort of decaying our ability to recognize and contextualize the truth. The annoying thing about what I'm saying right now is I'm using it to segue into an ad read for Ground News, which makes it seem like I don't actually believe it, and I just wrote it as a segue, but I do. It's also true. You can be getting paid and be telling the truth at the same time. I know it seems impossible. I think Ground News offers a reasonable solution to that problem, or at the very least, a big step in the right direction. Ground News is a service that takes news stories that are being reported by multiple outlets, it gathers them up in one place, and then clearly reports the potential biases for each outlet, as well as summarizing the differences in how each outlet is reporting on the same fundamental set of facts. You can see why this is appealing to me. It's impossible to get into all the little details of why this is so helpful in a single ad read, but let me just highlight one of their features right now to try and show you some of what's so great about it. They have this thing called the blind spot feature, which is a thing they use to very clearly demarcate stories that have been ignored by one side of the political spectrum in order to help fill out your awareness. Yes, I understand. Okay, the political binary is not perfectly illustrative of our society and so on and so on, but the blind spot feature really does work to help you hear about things you wouldn't have otherwise heard about. For example, why isn't the left-leaning media reporting on how many Macy's stores are closing? Or perhaps even more amusingly, why isn't the right-leaning media of reporting on how nuclear bunkers probably aren't that effective. You can think to yourself maybe why those things might be occurring. Just having that tiny extra little bit of context about which type of outlets are covering what type of stories really helps you take a step back and see the media landscape as a whole thing, rather than just engaging with each individual story at face value. It's not a perfect solution, but it's a great tool. Go to groundnews.com/AnnieAustin or scan the QR code on the screen to subscribe and save 50% on their top-tier Vantage plan, which brings the cost down to less than $5 a month. They also do offer cheaper plans, and they offer like a limited set of articles for free if you want to play around with it and see if it seems like a good fit for you. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that or not, but I like it, so
I'm gonna make
obviously
more
I'd like
hot
to try it
dog
and buy it. Use
thing,
my promo code. Where were we? Right, so we've talked about Megaton. Now let's talk about Rivet City. Rivet City is larger than Megaton with a total population of 39. Let's take a look at the demographic makeup of Rivet City. You'll notice a significantly higher portion of the population is working age, and significantly fewer people are old. Here's the Megaton breakdown for comparison. While it's hard to say exactly why this might be the case without digging further into the details of each city, what this does tell us is that life expectancy in Megaton may be higher than Rivet City, and it may indicate that Megaton's ability
I slept kind of bad last night, so I started the stream really sleepy. And then when I had my energy drink, I was just kind of like pushing myself.
America into roughly the same groups and displayed it in the same format. Notice how Rivet City overall has a bloated working age demographic, but Megaton has a bloated population of old people. Both situations can present a variety of challenges socioeconomically that we won't be getting into today, but you can think to yourself maybe what things may be strained in each circumstance. With demographics in mind, but out of the way, we have this big question of economics. How are the local economies doing? Well, the first thing I did was perform a full and complete direct survey of everyone in each settlement to determine the unemployment rate. In some ways, this was pretty easy. Lots of people are forthright with their employment, like Moira Brown, who runs the shop in Megaton, or Gary and Angela Staley, who have a little restaurant in Rivet City. Both places also have spiritual leaders, which we consider employment, as well as doctors and trades workers who repair people and machinery, respectively. Rivet City also has lots of unnamed uniformed security personnel. I counted 7 in my survey, but I
just put a finger in my mouth.
Everyone else in Rivet City has like a permanent named position, so it was fairly simple to determine their employment status. Megaton, on the other hand, introduced some complexity and really tested our methodology. We consider someone employed if they have a job, right? But we only consider someone unemployed if they don't have a job and they want a job. It's not enough to just not have a job. For example, if you're well off and you don't need a job to provide for yourself, you're not considered unemployed. You're considered not applicable. Children are
Good night,
not applicable.
good night, another go sleep well and cozy. Have sweet dreams. You did great today. I'm proud of you. Sleep well, night night. Good night.
There's no way to actually ask.
Thank you for sharing your funny jellyfish picture with me.
Qualify as being truly unemployed. When it comes to the religious people, they basically seem to live inside the church.
Wait, that was yesterday.
Being cared for by the church because their economic needs are being met. I'm
Jellyfish was
them
yesterday.
Not applicable rather than unemployed. The unnamed settlers don't have as good of an excuse not to be working. And in fact, I followed some of them around for a few days, and I heard one of them say something to the effect of how they didn't have enough money to afford food to eat.
Can't even afford some damn squirrel stew.
This, to me, clearly implies that they want a job or at least money. So I was leaning towards counting all these people as unemployed. However, unfortunately, I found this guy hanging out near the entrance of the town. This guy is clearly employed. So there's got to be some nuance to this. I mean, what do these people do all day, right? If you follow these people around, these unemployed interlopers, they spend their days just wandering. Occasionally they sit down, sometimes they rest in the common house. They do eat every so often, so they must get hungry. They stand to listen to the sermon from the fanatical priest, so they must have some desire to belong. In some ways, their job
my air fryer's probably heated up by now.
Jobless. That's philosophy, though. We're doing data. What I decided is that the farming gentleman is employed, and that this other guy who has a gun and he eats at this restaurant is also employed because he just kind of seems like he has his life put together. But the rest of these settlers, I'm counting all of them as unemployed. The only other minor conundrum in Megaton was Lucy here. Lucy clearly isn't employed, and she spends her days walking around and drinking at the saloon, but she owns quite a large home and doesn't really want for much, so we're going to consider her not applicable. Which means that altogether, Megaton has an unemployment rate of 26.1%. If you're thinking to yourself, that seems pretty high, you are correct. I think the U.S. unemployment rate right now is like 4%. that's where you want it. Remember, the unemployment rate is just the number of people unemployed divided by the total size of the workforce, which does not include the not applicable category, meaning you have 6 unemployed people out of a total 23 persons, giving us this number. Rivet City's unemployment was a little more straightforward, as I said. The only 2 people I found that I could reasonably consider unemployed were Tammy Hargrave, who is a raging alcoholic that doesn't do anything except drink and yell at her kid.
James's mom, Tammy, is a real bitch.
And Trini, a newer resident of Rivet City who doesn't do anything but drink and steal drugs from the pharmacy. Again, both of these people satisfy the conditions we set forth before of being in a position where it could be reasonably assumed that they would prefer to have a stable source of income based on the way they're behaving, even though they don't technically actually say, I want a job. For contrast, let's take a look at this guy. His name is Ted Strayer. Ted also doesn't have an explicit job, and he does seem to have a drug addiction, but his demeanor and general outlook on life is fairly positive and unconcerned.
Whoa. What's the rush,
Which makes it more likely that he's not in as immediate need for work, and therefore we're considering him not applicable. In previous surveys we've often considered anyone who appeared to live on the street or substance abuse to be unemployed if they didn't explicitly have a job. In hindsight, the Bureau of Labor Statistics considers that judgment to have been a little imprecise and unempathetic, so we're striving to improve our assessments going forward, and this is an example of that. Overall, we've calculated Rivet City to have an unemployment rate of 9.4%. When you look at this, it's easy to say, wow, Rivet City, better than Vegas.
Crazy man,
This data isn't inherently normatively loaded, or loaded, it would just be loaded. It's just an annoying way of saying that it's just data. We can draw conclusions from it if we want, and that's what data is good for, but those conclusions aren't inherent to it. You know, we can conclude that a 9.4% unemployment rate is better than a 26.1% unemployment rate, but that's a conclusion that we're drawing. It's not a given, okay? Let's absorb this data into our analysis and then take a look at some more. Another thing we cataloged during our census is which industry each person worked in. Things like shopkeeper, medicine, maintenance, etc. The categories we used were made by me, so they aren't like objective, but they'll shed some more light on the economic situation here. Let's take a look at Megaton first. It's interesting that hospitality, that is people working in bars and restaurants, make up the plurality of workers in Megaton, but overall, it's pretty good mix. Obviously, with a population as small as it is, when you see 5% of workers are in the medical field, that literally just means there's one guy working in the medical field, but you know, it is what it is. Interestingly, the one person working in agriculture is that unnamed settler who hangs out with the cow, and the one person working in shipping and trade is Mr. Billy Creel, who could maybe be considered a mercenary because he's working as a caravan guard, but he specifically talks about how his work allows the businesses in Megaton to stay supplied.
Helps keep the town supplied.
So I decided to consider him more of a shipping and tradesman. Not tradesman, whatever. I don't have to get all the words right, okay? Just like 80%. The 2 things that I want you to hold on from this graph as we switch to Rivet Cities are the categories of law enforcement and mercenary, which account for 10 and 15%
you really like
of the
this
employment
stream.
in
You
Megaton
sent me the funny
respectively.
face.
Let's switch. Law enforcement in Rivet City takes up 31% of the workforce, and I'm pretty sure we're actually underestimating that a little bit. That's a lot of cops. I guess there's a reason why they say it's the safest place in the wasteland.
We're the safest, most secure city in the wasteland.
If you were to extrapolate that to a per capita number that we could compare to the
I
United
feel like
States
having
of America,
lots
that
of
would be
law
the
enforcement
equivalent of 31,000
makes
cops
sense in the
per 100 residents.
post-apocalyptic
For reference, the city with the most cops in all of the US of A is Washington, D.C., which makes sense, and it has 543 officers per 100,000 residents.
That's a lot.
Yes, you heard that right. Rivet City has 57 times the number of cops as the most policed city in all of the United States, which ironically is the city that Rivet City is located in. Like literally, Rivet City it's in post-apocalyptic Washington, D.C. It's kind of funny. I wonder if they thought about that.
We're the safest, most secure city in the wasteland.
Speaking of being set in Washington, D.C., technically, because Fallout 3 is near the U.S. Capitol, that means
Yuko,
that
I
the
don't
Bureau
think
of
this
Labor
sleepy face
Statistics,
is
which
good
the
for you.
government
You need to be
organization
more
responsible for
energetic.
surveying and consolidating data about labor in the United States, should be canon in the Fallout universe, given that it was founded in 1884, and the Fallout universe didn't diverge from our own until the 1940s.
I'm wide awake. I'm wide open.
The Bureau of Labor Statistics within Fallout 3. In real life, the Bureau
You
is
need to
located
go
near
crack
Union
Craxy.
Station, a large passenger rail depot in Washington, D.C. Conveniently, this is almost at exactly the 90-degree meeting point if you draw lines directly north from the U.S. Capitol and directly east from the White House. So if we use the same strategy to triangulate its position in Fallout 3 using the game's representation of the U.S. Capitol and the White House, we would end up here. Interestingly, the game also has a large train station here called Metro Central, but it's likely modeled after the real-life Metro Center, which is not the same as Union Station, which is the train depot located here in real life. If you're not following, just close your eyes, we'll be done soon. That said, if we take some artistic liberties and see the game's Metro Central as an amalgamation for both real life's Metro Center and real life's Union Station, we could use that to estimate with some degree of accuracy the location of the Bureau of Labor Statistics in Fallout 3, which can then be determined to be most likely either this building or this building. If you're keeping score, this is, in fact, the third video in the last 12 months in which we've discussed Washington, D.C.'s Union Station, and the second video in the last 12 months in which we've spent some portion of time trying to locate a digital representation of the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics. I'm Annie Austin, and thanks for watching indeed. One other major difference I want to draw between the industries in both of these locations is in the science and academics field. Megaton has 0 people working in this industry. Most of Megaton's labor is spent on things that are lower on the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, like providing safe drinking water, food, and shelter to its citizens, whereas Rivet City, though it's obviously more of a police state,
it'd be a funny toggle dilated
has enough resource access to allow some of its citizens to do research on bettering the world or to maintain museums of culture. Neither of these situations is inherently better or worse, but it's a distinct difference. The very last piece of data I want to include here
I will say the art for the model update is already done, so you might have to wait for next time.
The gross domestic product. This is one of those phrases that people on TV say to help justify
there
all
will
the
be new
wealth
eye
inequality we
toggles.
have in
There will
America.
be
But it also is a real thing. Like, it's a thing that has some informational value. It basically just means the monetary value of everything we make in a whole year. So like imagine if we took everyone in Megaton and added up the cost of all the food and the drinks they made, all the toys they sold, all the services they provided, etc. for a whole year. That would be GDP. Now that I say that out loud, I have no idea how they calculate the GDP in America. How would you even begin? Calculating the actual GDP in a video game is kind of dumb and maybe impossible. So what I've decided to do instead is just add up the value of every single item in every single shop and all the money that every vendor has on hand in both of these towns and consider that the equivalent of GDP. It's not perfect, but as a way of comparing two separate places, it should illuminate some interesting facts for us. Megaton has 4 vendor establishments, which altogether have a combined value of 10,765 caps. Caps are the currency in the game. I don't know if I mentioned that already. Rivet City, unsurprisingly, given that it's a bigger place, has a slightly higher GDP of 14,317 caps spread across 6 vendors. If you take those numbers and divide it by the total population, we can get the GDP per capita, which is another important figure of economic health. Megaton's GDP per capita then would be 336 caps, where Rivet City's is 358 caps. However, you know where your parents always told you to find the devil, right? He's in the details. Or they're in the, I should say they, we don't really know. The devil is they, them. Anyway, some of the details in Megaton are a little fishy. If you head down to Craterside Supply, which is the general goods store in Megaton, you'll find that shop owner Moira Brown is selling a few items at a ridiculously high price, including blueprints for weapons and furniture.
Shino, don't do it. Don't energy drink. You literally said today. You said earlier that you hadn't had an energy drink for years, and I gave you a panic attack last time.
From her shop. Megaton's, this is not a joke, Megaton's total GDP drops by a staggering 6,000 caps, bringing its GDP per capita down to 151. Yikes.
So yeah, you probably should not have an energy.
Well, between a
especially if you're gonna stream.
Rate, a more diversified economy, and a significantly higher GDP per capita, there's no question that strictly economically speaking, Rivet City is where you would want to go if you were looking for a job in Fallout 3. People there literally talk about how they need more people willing and able to work.
This place could use a few more people willing to work.
But you know, economics
it's a lot, but 3 bags of green tea.
If you moved to Rivet City, you'd also have to contend with living in a dark metal box with less
You're in bed for 3 hours. You can do
You'd
it.
also be living right on the edge of an incredibly violent war zone of Washington, D.C., meaning traveling would be extremely dangerous. And sure, that location may then explain the overwhelming security force in the city, but you'd also have to be okay living in a police state. That kind of protection does often come with significant trade-offs. Also, let's not forget that, for whatever reason, Megaton does have a higher population of older folks, and it does manage to sustain a fairly large population of the unemployed. In fact, one of the few old folks there are in Rivet City is literally thinking about hurling himself off a cliff because he feels his life has no meaning.
I wish I had the courage to end it all.
Perhaps that's a good indicator that Megaton's social services,
I ended up watching Markiplier play Fallout for like 40 minutes and then got to your PC. And then what?
The point is, data is amazing, and sometimes I think it's the only fundamental truth in this confusing and difficult world. But at the end of the day, you are a human being. You're not a data machine. You're a vibes
Is the
machine.
Markiplier movie out yet?
Into
I don't
as
think
well,
so.
especially when deciding where to move. So just keep that in mind.
Shinobu's the biggest Markiplier fan that I know.
Depressing.
I wish I had the courage to.
I'm Annie Austin. Thanks for watching.
Alright, let's watch another video. The history of sleeping on banana peels. Oh. My food is done. Search this person. I know this channel. I wanna look at. I'm gonna look at. Thank you for stretch. Hold on. I'm gonna look at this one.
This video was sponsored by Buyee. Stay tuned to learn how to get great deals on your favorite Tamagotchi.
So hello, bro.
When I was a kid, I was obsessed with the concept of virtual pets. All of my favorite things in the world had some sort of virtual pet.
It's on like washing machine
Some of them
because
I've
my
talked
air
about on
fryer
this channel
beeping.
before, like Webkins and
Can you watch
iDogs,
the
but
Honey
also the Chow
Expose
Garden from Sonic
video?
Adventure,
What's
the
that?
Puffles from Club Penguin, even Animal Crossing is sort of
And
virtual pet
Kurdish
adjacent,
Zap.
so Tamagotchi
We
was
could
on
do
my
that
radar.
sometime.
Of course it was. I remember reading
Those videos are
tons
like
of stuff
scary
about it
to
on the
me though, a
internet
little bit.
and
They
just
make me a little
obsessing over
uncomfortable.
every detail. The Japanese creature-focused design greatly appealed to me because of my pre-existing affection for Pokemon. I've always liked little electronic gadgets and toys, and Tamagotchi hooked me with its social aspect. I loved the idea of being able to bond with my peers that also had Tamagotchi in the same way that I enjoyed trading Pokemon cards. Basically,
Maybe after this
Tamagotchi
one.
felt like it was made for me.
This
and I
video,
really
video.
wanted it. So in January 2007,
I get
on my
scared
8th
because the
birthday,
negative
I was
videos
given
are
a
kind of like
Tamagotchi
scary
Connection
to
version
me.
3 with the Green with Frogs shell. I was
Maybe
so
that.
excited to
Never
receive
heard
my
of that
very first
channel
Tamagotchi
before.
that I opened it up right there and started
It's really
playing with it, like in the
negative.
middle of
Okay.
the birthday
We'll
party.
watch
In my
it
childhood
after
years,
this.
would
We
be
could do
the only
videos until the
Tamagotchi I ever
industry.
had. My parents probably didn't want to get me another one because they hated the beeping noise
I
I
need to
didn't
go
know you
food.
could disable.
My
I only
beeps.
ever had one, and that made my adult fixation on Tamagotchi all the more powerful since there were like a million of them I didn't know about. And this video is the culmination of my childhood obsession of Tamagotchi coming back to haunt me. I'm going to talk about every single Tamagotchi that was ever produced in release order from 1996 up until 2022. So welcome back to KK Clue. It's going to be a long one, folks, so strap in. Let's begin by time traveling back to November 1996, where this whole thing all started, with the Tamagotchi Generation 1. It serves as the foundation that all the future models would build off of. And that foundation consists of low-resolution black and white screen with 3 buttons underneath it, on a nearly 2-inch tall plastic egg with a keychain. This is the Tamagotchi standard. If you take good care of your Tamagotchi, it will eventually evolve into different forms. And that's generally the long-term motivation for taking care of a Tamagotchi. It's, it's out of curiosity to see what it can evolve into. The Tamagotchi Generation 1 is super simple. It isn't very intrusive, but because it's so basic, the tedium will eventually start to set in. About 4 months after the first generation came the second, and it is almost identical to the first. It features a different game as well as a new background. The Gen 1 has a checkerboard pattern, while Gen 2 has a ripple pattern. Now, because the first 2 generations of Tamagotchi are so similar, they get lumped together as the Tamagotchi Originals. One of the best things about the Tamagotchi Originals is that they are some of the most accessible Tamas out there, and that's because they started making reproductions of them in 2018
I
that
do
are still
remember
being
when
made now. You can just go
that
on Amazon
Honey
and buy one
add-on
for
for
like 20
browsers
bucks,
was
and you have the
being
freedom to pick
advertised
whatever
for like
shell
every
appeals
single
to your preferred
YouTuber.
aesthetic stylings. Okay,
People
so
sucks
wouldn't
fat
it be
beans.
absolutely sick if they made, oh,
Why
I
are
don't
the
know, a
standard for everything?
Godzilla
'Cause
Tamagotchi,
banks
that would be cool. Well, they didn't do that, but they did make a Tamagotchi out of Mothra, the giant moth that Godzilla fights sometimes. The reason they did Mothra instead of Godzilla is because this Tamagotchi was made to promote the new Mothra movie that was coming out at the time. But don't lose hope, because you have a chance for your Mothra Tamagotchi to evolve into Godzilla. So yeah, Godzilla Tamagotchi confirmed. Before I can talk about the next one, I have to give a bit more context. The final stage of a Tamagotchi's life cycle, much like ours, is death. I've already established that the main gameplay loop, quote unquote, is to keep your Tama happy and healthy, but failing to do so results in your Tamagotchi's untimely demise. If any of you out there have owned a Tamagotchi, you're almost certainly familiar with the death screen. It is extremely iconic, and it's such a perfect summary of the mortality of these toys. And so they took that idea and they ran with it. In August 1997, there was a new Tamagotchi released called the Angel Gotch. You start off with a dead Tamagotchi, and you take care of their ghostly spirit. That's like the equivalent of booting up a game of Super Mario Brothers and then just being greeted with a game over screen.
Star, did you say you're going to sleep? I didn't hear you say you're going to sleep.
The Tamagotchi Angel claims that it has a touch screen. It does not.
Well, thank you for
that is
coming.
Just factually untrue.
Much
What they're trying to say is that it has
so
a
much
motion
Star.
Sensor that can detect vibrations
Said
when
it
you
was your
tap it with your
bedtime.
finger. It isn't very exciting. They didn't get
Oh,
much
there's
out of
one
that
message
feature.
again
As
for
far
you.
as I know,
It's free on my own
the
channel.
only time that sensor is ever used is when you feed your
It's
angel.
free for
Occasionally,
me.
a bat will start flying around, and you have to
Steph
tap
said
the
it was your
device to get it to go
bedtime.
away. But the sensor
But
is
your
on the bat.
bedtime is
It
when
actually
you say
doesn't
it
work
is.
as well if you tap the screen. Why did they market it like it has a touch screen when that is objectively not what a touch screen is? Aside from the differences in lore, the motion sensor, and some minor differences, the Angel Gotch is pretty similar to the Tamagotchi originals, nothing too groundbreaking. Okay, so similarly to how the Mothra Tamagotchi existed to promote a movie,
Those are so
they did
cool.
another promotional Tama for Peking Man, which is a science fiction movie about extracting DNA
Good
from a
morning.
caveman
Hope you
fossil
slept
and bringing
nice,
him back to
Hap.
life. So it's like
Is
a
it
caveman
time
in
to say
modern
goodnight,
times
Star?
type movie. It's not rated very well on IMDb. So to promote that movie, in November 1997, they made a caveman-themed Tamagotchi. They called it the Genjinch. This Tamagotchi is incredibly realistic. You go from a puddle of DNA to a monkey to a man, and then directly to skeleton. Now, the funniest thing about the Genjinch is that it's one of very few Tamagotchi that can de-evolve. This is a Tamagotchi where a human can return to monkey. That's all I'm saying. Okay, moving on. In December 1997, we have Osuchi and Mesuchi, which is like a boy Tamagotchi and a girl Tamagotchi. They were sold as two separate units. And
all
once
text
both
for
Tamas
7
were
images and
adults,
then made a
they could
sketch
link
for it.
together
Only
and get
have to
married and
finish
have a
tomorrow.
baby.
Why do you
The
have to
idea was
finish
that
it
a couple
tomorrow?
could both have one and take care of them
You
simultaneously.
did so much
and
though. I'm proud
that's
of you,
super
Star. You
cute.
worked really
Osuchi
hard
and
today.
Mesuchi also had a Game Boy version with a weird cartridge because the
all
cartridge
pay off.
has a replaceable battery and a
You know,
built-in
that's what you watched it
beeper.
before
So
me.
even when the
When
Game Boy
Kino
was
came
off,
concept.
the cartridge could
Yeah.
beep like a Tamagotchi to let you know when
Oh
it
my
needs
God.
attention. It has a
Heck
physical
yeah.
switch on the cartridge so you can disable
I
the
like
sounds
this
if you need to.
channel.
I imported it from Japan so that I could record
Anyway,
it
sleep
because there was
well
no
and
footage
cozy,
of that
Star.
on YouTube.
Thanks
But
for
I think
hanging out. You did
coincidentally,
good
my
today.
cartridge's beeper doesn't seem to work, or if it does work, I couldn't figure out how to make it do the thing it's supposed to do. So I don't know. I already replaced the
How do these
batteries.
people in 1997
Like,
know
the
what
game
touch
plays
screens
fine
is?
and it
True.
saves data, but it just doesn't want to beep. So I don't know. Moving
Love
on.
you
In
too,
February
Star.
1998,
Have
they
a sweet,
introduced the
happy,
Tamagotchi
cozy,
Garden, where you raise a
starfy
bug creature.
dreams.
This Tama has a really
Like you
interesting
lot.
sense of
Like
scale.
you lot.
Like they go out of their way to illustrate to you how tiny the creature you're raising
You're
is.
all
When you
amazing
leave it
and
alone for about
wonderful.
10 seconds, it switches to a screensaver sort of view where you can see
Thank
a wide
you.
shot of your
Good
tiny
night.
Tama represented by a dot between two trees. The Tamagotchi Garden also introduced the concept of predators. Your Tama can feel threatened by a stompy human foot or a frog's big long tongue, and you have to intervene so that the predator will go away and your Tama will remain alive. The predator versus prey element feels like such a natural fit for Tamagotchi. I think it's a great idea, and they actually did end up exploring it further. A month after the Tamagotchi Garden, they released the Tamagotchi Ocean, in which you raise a sea creature, and if you're lucky, it'll evolve into a mermaid. This unit has the motion sensor feature that the Tamagotchi Angel had, so occasionally a polar bear will try to eat your Tama because because polar bears eat fish, and you have to tap on the device to make it go away. Tamagotchi is really flexing the potential that the virtual pet concept has at this point, but they're not beyond doing weird promotional tamas either. In April 1998, they released the Tamauchi, which is a limited edition tama based on a Japanese actor named Tamao Nakamura. You raise your tama to be a movie star, and if you're successful, you have a chance of raising the tama to actually become Tamao. This one is really funny to me. It's really funny because this is the perfect example of a growth chart that is just so cracked and busted. You can go from an alien blob to the sun to a nose and eventually end up as a human woman. In May 1998, they released a counterpart to the Tamagotchi Angel called the Tamagotchi Devil, later renamed to the Tamagotchi Monster. It's essentially the same as a Tamagotchi Angel, except your Tama is a naughty little prankster. They'll throw a pie at you or beep when nothing is wrong. It won't let you clean up poop sometimes. It'll fall asleep in the middle of the day. I love this idea, just making a stupidly chaotic Tamagotchi. In August 1998, we have another promotional Tamagotchi based on the anime and manga series Doraemon. Doraemon is one of the most ubiquitous media franchises in Japan. Like, it's kind of like Garfield, where like everyone knows Garfield here in the States, even if you don't read comics. Like, everyone just likes Garfield. I have heard of Doraemon before. Like, I've seen merchandise of it, but I've never actually consumed any of the content. So I watched some episodes of the show for this video. In short, the premise is you have this 10-year-old kid and his future descendants send this sci-fi robot cat back in time to give him and his family a better life. Every episode follows the same pattern. The kid has a problem. Doraemon creates some sort of gadget to solve said problem, but the kid gets greedy, and then it goes badly, and then the kid learns a lesson. It's essentially Fairly Odd Parents, but from the 70s and not terrible. Anyway, so yeah, they made a Doraemon Tamagotchi. Doraemon had a lot of handheld LCD games that released prior to this, so a Doraemon Tamagotchi just made sense. The unit has a functional bell on the bottom of it, which I thought was funny. Like, imagine going to school and it's in your pocket, it's going like, ding, ding, ding. Hey, is that a Doraemon-G in your pocket? At the beginning of this segment, I barely knew what Doraemon was, and now I'm at the end of it, and I'm a genuine fan of Doraemon, so this Tamagotchi made me watch an anime, and I ended up liking it. That's the power that Tamagotchi has over me. In September 1998, they released the Yasashi Tamagotchi, which was intended to be a little bit easier for kids. Instead of navigating through a list of icons and then selecting the one that you want, each icon is an individual button that you can press, so you have a dedicated food button, a dedicated toilet button, etc. It didn't sell very well, and it's one of the rarest Tamagotchi to ever exist. Are any of you familiar with the legendary character of Western mythology called Santa Claus? In November 1998, Tamagotchi did the Santa, and they called it the Santa... Yep, that's right, they called it the Santa Clouch. Yup. So you start off with a guy, and your goal is to get him to be more like Santa.
We got into
until
winter
he eventually
time,
becomes Santa.
and
It actually introduces a new meter called Santaness, represented by 4 Christmas bells. Now, rather than evolving like a standard Tamagotchi would, you give Santa different items that you get from games to
yeah, Stardew was fun, but I think I want to save the winter part of Stardew for maybe winters.
So he can make a hat.
I mean,
you give him
Christmas
cloth so he
Eve,
can have his
I might
iconic
save
clothes. And then finally you give him a chisel, and then he will have his sleigh. I guess the implication is that he chisels the sleigh out of wood.
Yeah.
I don't know. Instead of Rudolph, Santa's companion is Red Nose Chi. Nope, no Rudolph here, bucko. We only got Red Nose Chi.
Yeah, I want to save the winter season in Stardew for
I would
Christmas
get one
Eve,
for myself
probably.
if it weren't for the ridiculous prices that this thing goes
So,
for. Oh
we're
my
gonna
god.
watch
It
videos
looks
till
like the
the
only
end of
way
the
I'm
stream.
going to be able to get one is if I write Santa a letter. Okay, so at this point we've talked about every mainline Tamagotchi product from the vintage generation. But of course, outside of mainline, there were the accessory products as well, with the design philosophy entirely consisting of an office worker looking at the items on their desk and making a Tamagotchi out of it. The Tamagotchi calculator, the Tamagotchi clock, Tamagotchi phone, Tamagotchi pedometer. These are all real. But yeah, that was it for the vintage generation. There were so many cool ideas being thrown around, but all that variety was quickly followed by a long period of burnout. In 1999, Tamagotchi went on hiatus. There was just no new Tamagotchi stuff coming out, and it wouldn't be until March 2004 that the franchise would be brought back with a reboot in the form of Tamagotchi Connection. Now, what made Tamagotchi Connection unique is that they added infrared, so you could point 2 units at each other, they could communicate, and the Tamas inside inside can like play games with each other or trade items, or if they're both adults, they can become partners and have a baby. It's a fascinating idea, but it's not the first time they explored it. If you remember earlier, I was talking about Osuchi and Mesuchi. Those can link and have a baby, but it was through a physical linking port. You had to like dock them together, whereas Tamagotchi Connection uses wireless infrared. When I was a kid, the infrared connection aspect sold me on the concept of Tamagotchi.
Yeah,
it was just
really
such
nice.
a cool idea, and I'm sure I wasn't the only one that
I'm
thought
really
so.
motivated.
Tamagotchi
I wanna
Connection
have
would
a
prove to be
big,
very
cozy
lucrative.
farm.
It was the grand comeback for the Tamagotchi brand after nothing but radio silence since 1999, and it brought back what would have been just another dead trend from the 90s to being a household name again. In Japan, they did an extra marketing push when the Tamagotchi Connection was new, where they would put a giant Tamagotchi as a kiosk item in certain stores and restaurants. It was called the Deka Tamagotchi. It had a huge heart-shaped infrared port on the top, and when you connected it with your own Tamagotchi, it would give you unique items and money. They did a whole bunch of Dekas in different stores and to promote different Tamagotchi through the years, but sadly they're all defunct now. You know, it was a promotional item. It's not like they're going to keep it on display forever. In November 2004, they released the Ketai Kaitsu Tamagotchi Plus, known simply as the K Plus, which was a follow-up to the Tamagotchi Connection with a few minor differences, the most interesting of which being that it could interact with a cell phone. So when the K Plus came out, they released a tie-in mobile game. I mean, mobile game as like a flip phone game. Smartphones didn't exist yet. You can connect your Tamagotchi to the flip phone using infrared, and then like play games on the phone, and then the money and whatever items you earned would be transferred back to the Tamagotchi. It's a really, really cool idea. About 7 months later, they released another version of the K Plus called the K Plus Akai, which just means K Plus Red, with more content and featuring a red LCD. And that red LCD is so sick. Like, as far as I know, they never touched that idea again of like, you know, tinting the LCD a different color. That's a huge shame because it looks totally dope. In February 2005, they made a licensed Tamagotchi for a Japanese comedy show called Aniru no Tobira. I had never heard of this, so I looked it up and I watched some episodes. It reminds me a lot of a show like Saturday Night Live. It's a variety show focused on comedy. They'll do all kinds of skits with different costumes and sets, all that jazz. It's not my style personally, but it was popular enough at the time that it got some tie-in video
like
games for the Wii and Nintendo DS, and apparently not one, but 2 tie-in Tamagotchi called the Haneruchi and the Haneruchi 2, and all the characters on these units are based on skits from the show. I would expect nothing less. In May 2005, they released the Tamagotchi Mini, which paid homage to the original Tama from 1996, but smaller, and aimed to be more of a fashion accessory than anything. It's actually the smallest Tama ever made. The screen resolution is half of that of the original Tamagotchi. So yeah, it's not meant to capture the full Tamagotchi experience, it's just kind of meant to look cool. In July 2005, Tamagotchi Connection version 2 dropped. It introduces a shop where you can use in-game currency to buy items, and the ability for more games to be unlocked as your Tama gets older. It also introduces treats, which is a third food item alongside meal and snack. That's about it as far as major differences go. Remember earlier when I talked about the Deka Tamagotchi, you know, the really big one that was in stores and stuff, and how it was released alongside the original Tamagotchi Connection? Well, they did another one to promote the Connection V2, but this time you can take it home with you. It's called the Home Deka Tamagotchi, and basically it's just like a really big Tamagotchi that you can have at home. But the actual game is played a bit differently. You play as this little homie right here, and your goal is to upgrade your house with money that you earn by playing games, and only once your house is upgraded enough can you adopt a pet that you raise like a Tamagotchi. It's pretty cool to see like a direct representation of the player in Tamagotchi. Like, usually it's just the pet and that's it, but the Home Deka has like a protagonist, which is fascinating. In November 2005, they released the Choujinsei Enjoy Tamagotchi Plus, known as the N-Tama for short. The whole gimmick of this one is that they tried to make it realistic in a way. You have like a point system where you can raise different personality traits consisting of intelligence, style, and kindness, and which one you focus on will send your Tama down a different predetermined path for what they will grow into. You send your Tama through preschool, and then school,
still make
and then
new
you
ones.
graduate,
There's
and
one
you
you
have to
can
send
watch
off for a
playthroughs on
job
YouTube, so I want to
which
say,
can be
so to watch the
rejected, and you have
video,
to try
they're cool.
again.
LED
Yeah,
screens
realistic
now.
Tamagotchi.
Yeah,
no
I've
kidding.
seen
This
some
is
of
also
them.
one of the only instances
They're
where
like
Bandai had to address complaints that the
fancy
N-Tama was too
ones.
difficult, so it received a re-release called the CYOI Change to make the game easier. So this Tamagotchi was so difficult that they basically nerfed it with a re-release. The Tamagotchi was too powerful. In February 2006, they released the Tamagotchi Connection version 3, which introduced the ability to connect to the tie-in website tamatown.com. When you played games on the website, you could earn passcodes that you'd enter into the device to earn items and money. It's similar to what they did with the K+, which had like the tie-in phone game, but this time it was with a flash game instead. In 2013, the Tamatown servers were shut down, and the tamatown.com domain was dropped at some point after that. Fans picked it up and they turned it into a fan site in 2019. The original Tamatown game has been mostly preserved and remains playable thanks to the dedicated Tamagotchi fanbase. Also, the V3 removed the treat option they added in the version 2. I don't know why they did that. Maybe they felt it was redundant, but then why did they add it in the first place? I don't know, whatever. But the treat is gone now. In April 2006, they released an accessory for the N-Tama called the Shoyarikuri Enjoy Tamagotchi Kakeibo. So I do have to take a quick detour to show you guys the Tamagotchi fandom wiki page for this Tama. Now, this website is an amazing resource, and it has a ton of extremely helpful information, but we are gonna have to do a little bit of a Japanese lesson to explain why I just lost my mind laughing at this page. As of right now, the title has a bit of an error. The title is referenced as the Yakikuri Enjoy. Okay, so yaki is like a general phrase for having cooked something, whether that be teriyaki or yakisoba, etc. And kuri means chestnuts.
I would connect my Tamagotchi,
right now,
Tamagotchi
this
with you,
Tamagotchi is titled Let's enjoy
so
some really good roasted chestnuts in the Tamagotchi household. So stupid. So they actually did get the hiragana correct. If you look right here, it does say yarikuri right there, yarikuri. That's what it's supposed to be.
What
and
part of JP doesn't work? Don't you understand?
Means, let's make a living and enjoy doing it. I just think it's super fun.
TikTok
that
broke
one
it.
single syllable, one single letter difference.
TikTok broke it. It's not something wrong with your thing.
Anyway, as for what the Kakeibo actually is, I described it as an accessory earlier because it isn't actually a Tamagotchi in itself. It has a heart-shaped infrared port on the top, like on the Tamagotchi Dekas. And when you connect to it with an N-Tama, it has a bank that you can put money into that actually earns interest over time, which I thought was cool. And it also has like a whole bunch of shops and things you can get items from. Tamagotchis have a maximum amount of money they can hold. It's not impossible for your Tama to like cap out at 9,999 gold. And at that point, it starts to make sense to get something like a Kakeibo where you can just drop your money into a bank and keep earning. Oh, and I forgot to mention that this is the first Tamagotchi thing that actually has a touchscreen. A real touchscreen with a little stylus and everything, and it lives in the little antenna nub.
Sleep
I
on,
love it. It's great.
cozy,
In July 2006, they made a re-release of the N-Tama called the Urajinsei Enjoy Tamagotchi Plus, commonly known by fans as the Uratama. Now, the whole gimmick of the Uratama is that it features a subspecies of Tama called Ura Tamagotchi. Ura Tamagotchi have blue outlines and have entirely opposite characteristics to their non-Ura counterparts. Kuchipachi is a lazy Tamagotchi, but Ura Kuchipachi is a lot more lively. And also blue. By the way, earlier when I was talking about the K+, I mentioned that they never did different colors for the LCD screens after the II version. That's technically not true because the Uratama has a bit brighter of a tint to the LCD so that it looks more blue, and one of the major features is that the LCD is blue. But the reason I'm not as satisfied with it is because the black LCDs, like the default ones, they already look kind of blue to me. Like the Uratama's blue tint just kind of makes it look like a standard Tamagotchi, but it's running out of batteries. I would be more impressed if they were like, this time the LCD's purple, or this one's green, right? That would be lit. I think that would be really cool. In November 2006, they released the Tamagotchi School. Now, immediately you'll notice it has a D-pad and 2 buttons. It is a spin-off toy, so it's allowed to stray from the 3-button Tamagotchi standard. In the Tamagotchi School, instead of raising a Tamagotchi, you play as the teacher, and you're educating the Tamas. You can teach your students language, mathematics, science, and you do so by playing mini-games related to those subjects. The interesting thing about the Tamagotchi School is that there's no lose condition, but there's also no win condition either. When you decide to pay attention to it, your students' learning points go up, you gradually get more popular, and more students will join your class. But that's your only goal, to max out your numbers. When you neglect it, the numbers go down, but ultimately I don't think the numbers do anything. Like, you're not reaching towards a finale like you are with any other Tamagotchi, which would be raising the Tama to be old enough so that they can get back to their home planet. But yeah, anyway, the Tamagotchi School is a pretty neat spin-off. I just wish that it had an endgame. In January 2007, they released the Tamagotchi Connection version 4. It mostly carries over features from the end Tama, such as the mail feature, as well as your Tama's ability to go to school or get a job. Now, the V4 is particularly infamous for having lots of glitches. Food not appearing in the food menu. Random letters in your Tamagotchi's name suddenly changing.
Really?
Or having the unit just randomly shut off sometimes. So that's kind of funny. At the end of January 2007, they released the Koisuru Tamagotchi, which is essentially the Tamagotchi for the adult audience. You get 2 Tama units in the box, one being the male unit and the other being the female unit, likely a callback to Osuchi and Mesuchi. The expectation is that the user will connect the 2 units often to build their relationship and to see the funny animations that play out. These animations are the main appeal of the unit as opposed to focusing specifically on care, and because this is aimed more at adults that don't have all the time in the world, I think that was a good move. In March 2007, they released a licensed Tamagotchi called the Oden-kun Tamagotchi. It's a tie-in with a cartoon called The Adventures of Oden-kun. Of course, I'd never heard of this, so I watched some episodes. For those that don't know, oden is a traditional Japanese food. It's like a hot pot dish with fish cakes and eggs and sausage and vegetables, all floating in a delicious dashi. And in this cartoon, the ingredients that would go in an oden are the characters. It's really just a show about nothing. It's just classic fluffy kids show stuff. They're food, so they sometimes get eaten. Haha. The show is really nothing to write home about, so I don't feel too bad that the Tamagotchi completely overshadows the actual show it's based on. If you search Oden-kun on YouTube, it's just the Tamagotchi. That's all you're gonna get. As for the Tamagotchi itself, it's pretty much exactly the same as the K+, but with different graphics to represent the show. But it does have unique games, which is always a nice addition. In April 2007, they released the Tamagotchi School Fude Club Activities, also known as the Tamafude for short. Basically, it's a home deca Tamagotchi made specifically to be a companion unit for the Tamagotchi school. As the club activities title implies, you manage the students' extracurricular activities, namely soccer, cooking, and gardening. And of course, in classic deca fashion, it can connect with the Tamagotchi school, and you can send students back and forth between them for maximum education. In July 2007, they released the Tamagotchi Connection version 4.5. It is the same as the Tamagotchi Connection V4, but with different jobs and games.
Yeah,
it also
model
includes
update
Ura
hopefully
Tamagotchi
next
from the
year.
Ura-tama. That's it. That's the whole thing. As if Tamagotchi Connections releases weren't incremental enough. They made a V4.5. My theory is that they released the V4.5 specifically to fix bugs in the V4.
My
but
mouth
that didn't
is
even
too
work.
warm.
The V4.5 is still glitchy. In July 2007, they released the Tamagotchi Restaurant, which is one of the most unique Tamagotchi things ever. It's this enormous clamshell toy restaurant with figurines that go on the bottom, and on top there's a screen for the game. When you place a figurine on the sensor in the middle, they will cook, and each character makes different kinds of food. I had no idea Tamagotchi ever did a Toys to Life concept, but it fits super well. While cooking, the Tamagotchi will call out the ingredients you need, and you have to press the corresponding food buttons on the bottom. Overall, your job is to keep your supplies up so you can serve customers.
That's like the most important part, but you gotta do your job too.
It looks so fun. I want to try it someday. It looks so fun. This feels like
the
the
weirdest
peak
kind of
in
buggy.
creativity
Yeah,
for the Tamagotchi
it's still
brand.
an alpha.
And unfortunately, that's because it is. From this point forward, Tamagotchi starts to become
it's
a
a
lot
little
more
weird.
homogenous. They take less risks. They usually settle into 2 main groups without indulging in as many spin-offs. In November 2007, they released the
cold for ice
Tamagotchi
cream.
Connection
It's been, like,
version
warm
5,
here.
where you can raise a whole family of Tamagotchi in one unit. That's why it's
Friends,
also
you grew
referred to as the
Tamagotchi, Swedish
Family. Your
fish,
goal
yeah.
is to interact with the Tamagotchi family to increase their bond with each other. You also have a television that you and your Tamas can watch. There's a shopping channel and a dating channel and a travel channel. I just thought the idea of Tamagotchi watching television was kind of funny. Aside from some unique games, that's pretty much it. And then in March 2008, they did another incremental update called the Tamagotchi Connection version 5.5 Celebrity. You can raise characters from the Tamagotchi royal family, and they can become a celebrity. There's also more games than the V5.
I'm a sleepy cat to me.
Right, you can tell I'm getting a little burnt out with the Tamagotchi Connection line. I just don't think it's that interesting. I'm sorry. Like, I don't even think the Tamagotchi Connection line is bad. It's just boring in comparison to everything else, so I struggle to find things to say about it. Okay, thankfully we have another major innovation. So just for reference, it's November 2008, almost a year and a half into the life of the iPhone, and Tamagotchi finally made the leap to color with the Tamagotchi Plus Color. It has a beautiful, properly backlit, high-resolution LCD screen,
It's so
and that
pretty.
enabled them to do some things that they couldn't do before. There's full sentence character dialogue for the first time ever. You can completely customize customize your house, different wallpapers, furniture, you name it. There are so many different locations you can visit, all with gorgeous detail. They also did some licensed versions of the Tamagotchi Plus Color. There was a custom shell version to promote the Japanese band Exile, and an enhanced version to promote a Japanese quiz show called Kitty Hexagon 2. I don't know, I just thought that was interesting. Aside from the fact that obviously it's in color, it's a pretty normal Tamagotchi, but it would create a new standard for color Tamagotchi that a lot of the future ones would reference back to. And then, literally a week after the Tamagotchi Plus Color, they returned to monochrome to release the final Tamagotchi Connection version 6 Music Star. I know I threw a little bit of shade towards the Tamagotchi Connection line earlier in this video, but I have to give them credit because they truly did end it off with a bang. They packed this Tamagotchi with features and got the absolute most out of the Music Star theme. You raise your Tamagotchi's talents by playing music games, you get a band together, you go out and play concerts and sell your CDs, and you can even win different awards for your music. You can collect and wear different costumes, which is super cute. It was nice to see them put so much effort in for a send-off to the Tamagotchi Connection line. Like, this one is a fan favorite, and I can totally understand why. It deserves to be. So this begins the era where there are really long gaps of time between releases. A full year after the Tamagotchi Connection V6, in November 2009, they released the Tamagotchi ID. So Tamagotchi has gotten a lot of use of the infrared concept up until now. First they used infrared so Tamas could communicate with each other, and then they used it so Tamas could communicate with a tie-in mobile phone game. This time, with the Tamagotchi ID, it could use its infrared to download content from the internet. You would have to visit a dedicated website using an infrared-capable mobile phone, which would then transfer the data to your Tama. In August 2010, they released the Tamatown Tamago. They returned to black and white for this one, but this is no average black and white Tamagotchi screen. For the first time, it's actually 4-tone grayscale, similar to the original Game Boy. Now, that might not seem like a big deal, but it makes a huge difference in the amount of detail the screen can display. It makes it viable for them to like have a background that you can easily differentiate from the Tama itself, but the downside is that the screen is generally lacking in the contrast department compared to the earlier models. The main gimmick of the Tamago is it has this port on the top that you can slide little figurines onto. Now, the character figurines have exclusive games, and they also unlock an exclusive store item. So essentially, this is paid DLC. I have so many new in-box Tamatown figurines that I got for $2 each at a nerd store, and they've been sitting around unopened for the past maybe 5 years that I've had them. Having the option to expand your Tamagotchi's functionality with figurines is pretty cool in theory, but in retrospect, it hurts the longevity of the toy because all of the content isn't self-contained. The Tamago has 2 games on it, and that is it. You're gonna get bored of this thing real quick if you don't start buying the stupid figurines that go with it. In October 2010, they released the Tamagotchi Nano, which is a reimagining of the Tamagotchi Mini from 2005. It's a little bigger than the Mini, but it features a larger screen. Now, they didn't consider this to be as much of the virtual pet experience on its own, but rather as an accessory to the Tamagotchi ID. The reason it's a tie-in with the ID is because the Nano has ID characters in it. It mostly exists for the gimmick of getting to see what the new in-color Tama characters would look like with the classic black and white Tamagotchi presentation. It is very small and egg-shaped, and the screen is recessed very deep into the unit. It has a hyper-simplified gameplay style and is generally less needy than mainline Tamagotchi. In November 2010, they released a Deca Tamagotchi, but for the Tamagotchi ID. It's called the More ID Tamagotchi Home Station Plus. I mean, it's not quite as big as the Decas usually are. This one's only maybe like twice the size instead of the 4 times the size a Deca usually would be. But it still serves the same purpose that a Deca would, of being like a communication hub accessory with the heart-shaped infrared port and everything. But this time, it's for the new generation of color Tamagotchi. Wow! And when you have the home station, you can like make your own downloadable items and send them to your pretty neat thing. In March 2011, they released the Tamagotchi IDL, which is, of course, the successor to the ID. And they made some pretty big changes with this one. They introduced Tama Pets, so your Tamagotchi can adopt a pet. They also added a very robust gardening system where you can buy seeds from the in-game store or download custom seeds from the internet and they'll grow into something silly. They also overhauled the accessories your Tamagotchi can wear. Before now, your Tama could only really wear hats, but now they can wear full-on clothing, and the idea of having your Tama play dress up is really cute. I'm like, come on. But there are some issues with it. Firstly, your Tamagotchi must be an adult to wear clothes. So, you know, if your Tama's a baby or a child, no clothes for you. And secondly, they didn't want to put in the effort of animating every single piece of clothing to match your Tamagotchi's body, so They just made one frame of animation for the clothing and heavily stripped down the amount of animations your Tama could do while wearing them. Without clothing, your Tama can do silly animations and funny expressions and close-ups, but with clothing, they're just standing there, always facing forward. Maybe their arms will move sometimes, but that's all you really get. So do your Tamagotchi a favor and don't make them wear clothes, because yeah, it strips away their personality. In November 2012, they released the Tamagotchi and close-ups forward.
It's a
maybe
Mori.
their arms will move sometimes, but that's all you really get. So do your Tamagotchi a favor and don't make them wear clothes, because yeah, it strips away their personality. In November 2012, they released the Tamagotchi Peace, that's spelled like Tamagotchi P''S. So for English speakers, it's pronounced like peace. So Tamagotchi Peace. Okay, so you know how the Tamago had little figurines that you could slide into the top? The Tamagotchi Peace had a similar thing, but instead of a figurine, they're in the form of little charms that you plug in above the screen. These charms are called Tamadeko Piece, which is short for Tamagotchi decoration piercings. When you plug one in, they could unlock new characters, items, clothing, etc. The Tamagotchi Piece may not have been a particularly standout Tamagotchi in its original form, but the ingenuity and determination of the hacking community has transformed it into one of the most beloved Tamas even in modern day. The piece was only ever released in Japan, so of course it's all in Japanese, but thanks to the efforts of fans, it can be modded to be fully translated into English. If that's not a perfect example of how dedicated the Tamagotchi fan base is, I don't know what is. In December 2013, they released the Tamagotchi Friends. Now for this one, they brought back the 4-tone grayscale screen like the one the Tamago has. And also another pretty big change, they got rid of the infrared port and replaced it with NFC, or near field communication. For reference, it's the same technology that Amiibo uses, where you touch the thing onto the thing. You know, you guys know what Amiibo is. With the Tamagotchi Friends, they communicate with each other by bumping back to back. So you could like write a message to your friend and then bump Tamas with them, and then the message shows up on their unit. It's a really cute idea. It also brought back that whole thing the Tamagotchi Connection line had, where you could type a code into a tie-in browser game and play that. It also had an app called Tamagotchi Friends Gotchi-Fi, where you can make a little avatar and send it to your Tamagotchi Friends unit, and you can make your little icon that you made appear on clothes and stuff. In September 2014, they released the Tamagotchi 4U. So with the Tamagotchi Friends, they introduced NFC and the ability for 2 units to communicate with each other by bumping. But NFC has a lot of potential, and they expanded on the idea with the 4U. So when this thing was new, all around Japan, you had little touch spots in public places, like restaurants, arcades, and stores and stuff. When you boop your Tamagotchi onto the touch spot, you get exclusive items and such. I mean, I doubt those are accessible anymore because it's been nearly a decade, but that's still really cool. Thankfully, a lot of the NFC functionality stuff has been preserved by fans. They made a third-party app, and you could get the exclusive items by NFC tapping with your modern smartphone. Aside from the NFC tapping feature, the main gimmick of the 4U was its focus on customization. You had different cases and faceplates, wrist straps, all that jazz. In May 2015, they released a new version of the Tamagotchi Friends called the Dreamtown Digital Friend. It mostly introduces quality of life improvements, like the screen looks a bit better, you know, stuff like that. It also introduces the Dream School, where you can play different games with your Tama, they build certain skills, and then those skills help determine what your Tama will grow into. At this point in time, they were getting a lot of mileage out of these incremental upgrades. So, in July 2015, they released the Tamagotchi 4U Plus, which is the same as the 4U, but the shell design is slightly different, and they added some really minor features, like 2 new locations your Tama could visit, and 2 new games for you to play. That'll be $50, please, for your annual Tamagotchi upgrade. Okay, moving on. In July 2016, they released the Tamagotchi Mix. Now, the gimmick of this Tama is they introduced the Mix feature, in which you can create a baby Tamagotchi that is a combination of their parents' characteristics, and then as that baby becomes an adult and eventually gets married, they can have their own distinct offspring, making for theoretically infinite potential for physical traits. Implementing genetics into Tamagotchi feels like a really great idea on paper, but unfortunately the mix concept has its limitations. Oftentimes, certain genetic traits will get stuck, so offspring will randomly keep one trait forever or will end up looking exactly the same as one of their parents. So as cool as the idea is, the implementation wasn't quite rock solid. Strangely, the Mix takes a step backwards in terms of connectivity. I really thought they were going to move forward with the NFC idea, but instead they got rid of NFC entirely in favor of going back to infrared, so the Mix has infrared. The theory here is that infrared can transmit more data faster and more consistently than NFC. So although infrared is an older technology, it's just more practical for Tamas to have. If NFC were the best option, they wouldn't have gotten rid of it. So, it's April 2017. This point in Tamagotchi history marks a major turning point for the brand. Remember earlier when I talked about the Tamagotchi Nano? In April 2017, they brought it back to do a licensed promotional Tama that was exclusive to Tokyo Disneyland, which is the Pocket Usatama, which was released alongside the debut of the new Easter mascot of Tokyo Disneyland called Usatama, who is essentially an egg with arms, legs, and bunny ears. Now, you would think, like okay, why is this such a huge turning point? You'll understand it a little bit. Anyway, the Usatama, it keeps with the accessory vibe that the Tamagotchi Nano does, so it's a generally low-maintenance Tama. In December 2017, they released the Gudetama Tamagotchi, which is another licensed Tamagotchi Nano for the Sanrio character Gudetama. Like I said, we're in the midst of a turning point for the Tamagotchi brand. You're gonna see a lot of licensed Tamagotchi Nanos from this point forward, pretty much all of them being functionally identical, but with the graphics and shell swapped out. As of right now, there are only 3 mainline Tamagotchi releases left for me to talk about, and literally everything else they've released since then are licensed Nanos. So because the licensed Nanos are stupefyingly boring, I'm just gonna burn through all of them with a lightning round and save the last 3 mainline releases for the grand finale, okay? All right, you ready? Licensed Nano Lightning Round! In January 2019, they released the EVX Tamagotchi. Now, I'm not the biggest Pokemon fan in the world, but I love Eevee and I love all the Eeveelutions. So this felt like it was made exactly for me, and it quickly became the most expensive Tamagotchi I own. In April 2019, they released a follow-up to the Tokyo Disney Easter thing from before, but instead of the egg with leg, it's a chick with bunny ears. In March 2020, they released a Pac-Man licensed Nano. So the obvious path for them to take with this would be for you to raise a little Pac-Man, right? But they did not do that. In fact, you raise a regular Tamagotchi, and Pac-Man is just a completely separate entity that your Tamagotchi hang out with sometimes. I love this one just because the concept is so weird, but also because I just love Pac-Man a lot. I love Pac-Man. In June 2020, they did the Evachi, which is a licensed Nano for Neon Genesis Evangelion. Evan Butter and Jelly and Sandwich. October 2020, licensed Nano for Demon Slayer. It's based on an anime. Do I know or care? Nope. Not even a little. December 2020, licensed Nano for Hello Kitty. It's very cute, but it's a similar thing to the Pac-Man Tamagotchi where you don't raise Hello Kitty herself, but rather she's just a friend that your Tama hangs out with sometimes. Another one in December 2020, they released the Jordy X Tamagotchi. It's a Nano that was only ever released in Korea that features a character that is based on an emoji from a Korean-only messaging app called Kakao Talk.
Like
okay, but where's the Sonic the Hedgehog one? There's a Godzilla Tamagotchi, there's one based on like a Japanese reality show, and there's one based on a Korean emoji. But no Sonic the Hedgehog? It's so obvious. You put Sonic and his friends in there, and they can raise Chao. I just think it would be kind of nice is all. February 2021, they released the Xtelachi. It's a Nano that features a roster of characters from the video game Fate /Xtella Link.
I just unlocked my scroll wheel.
June 2021, they did the Twistechi, which is a Nano based on a mobile game called Twisted Wonderland, which was co-developed by the Walt Disney Company, and it features characters from the game in it. September 2021, they did the BT21 Tamagotchi, which features mascot characters for the Korean boy band Butts? Never heard of them. October 2021, they released the Pui Pui Mokarchi, which is a Nano based on a stop-motion anime about a world where vehicles are sentient and also are guinea pigs. So it's a show about guinea pig cars. Okay, I have to watch it. You can't just tell me about a show about guinea pig cars and expect me to not watch it. November 2021, they released the R2D2 Tamagotchi. It features a character called R2D2 from a 70s anime called Star Wars.
Is it cute?
I've never heard of that. I'm not gonna watch it. December 2021, they did the Kamen Rider Chi. So there's this goofy Japanese superhero show that started in the 70s and continues to this very day called Kamen Rider. This Tamagotchi was made to promote its 50th anniversary. So here's to another 50, I guess. January 2022, they did the Jujutsuchi based on an anime and manga series called Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen! I love anime! The only thing worse than being an anime fan is being a Kingdom Hearts fan. Oh no, you're not gonna believe what happened in March 2022. Okay, I can't believe this
guy is trying to upset every fan of these animes and like.
But Kingdom Hearts is a crossover between Final Fantasy and Disney. And then that was crossed over again with Tamagotchi. Good lord. Oh my god, just stop, please. April 2022, Jurassic World Tamagotchi. This is a great idea. I don't know why they never indulged the idea of making a dinosaur Tamagotchi until now. And all the sprite work of the dinosaurs is adorable. They made them so cute. June 2022, Toy Story Tamagotchi. They made a Woody and a Buzz one. Now it's so frustrating because these ideas are so weird and fresh that I can't help but love them. Like, Toy Story Tamagotchi. That sounds insane. So then I buy it and I play with it, and then I learn for the 100th time that licensed nanos are the most homogenous, vapid Tamagotchi line ever. You feed them and there are 2 games, and that is literally the extent of it. That's why we're doing this lightning round. But I can't deny the appeal of Toy Story Tamagotchi. It's like the equivalent of clickbait.
Anything is edible if your teeth are strong enough.
Torabuchi. It's a nano based on a free-to-play internet browser card game called Token Ranbu, and the Tama features characters from that. September 2022, Tiny Tan Tamagotchi. It's another Tamagotchi based on the Korean boy band. Oh, Beats. They make music. Right, okay, yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's based on that. And this next one is the final nano I'm gonna mention. In December 2022, they did the Spy X Family Tamagotchi based on anime mangoes. I am so tired. But there's a light at the end of the tunnel because now we get to end this video off strong by talking about the final mainline Tamagotchi releases. In November 2018, they released the Tamagotchi On, also called the Tamagotchi Meets in Japan. Now we've talked about a lot of color Tamas up until now, but they've all been exclusive to Europe or Japan. This is the first one to be released in America, and they gave it all of the time and attention it needed. I'm gonna come right out and say that I think the Tamagotchi On is the best Tama ever made, at least from my perspective. It feels like the ultimate culmination of the Tamagotchi concept. There's so many places to go, so many games to play. There's character dialogue entirely in English. They even retained all of the mix functionality, but they didn't even stop there, okay? The Tamagotchi On has Bluetooth, and you can connect it to the Tamagotchi On app on your smartphone, where your Tama can visit an online plaza where you can walk around and see all the other Tamas connected to the plaza, where you can play games, collect money, get items, or even start a relationship with another plaza Tama over the internet and get married. The Tamagotchi On feels like fan service. Like the good kind of fan service. The kind that makes me feel like they really care. Now the weirdest thing about the Tamagotchi On is, it came out in late 2018, and truly that isn't that long ago, but in mid-2022, they shut down the app. They closed all the servers. It's all gone. But thankfully, the Tamagotchi community came in clutch once again, and they made a re-implementation of the Tamagotchi On app with its own dedicated servers that you can still play for free today. It's called Mixing Meets, and if you have a Tamagotchi On and you want to experience what the online functionality was like, please download it. It's pretty much exactly the same as what I remember the official app being like. Now, because the Tamagotchi On is my favorite, it's unfortunately only downhill from here, but I have my reasons, and of course you will get to hear them. In July 2021, they released the Tamagotchi Pix. Now, as illustrated by the title, the gimmick of this Tamagotchi is that it has a camera, and you can take photos with it. This is immediately a confusing gimmick for them to focus on, because the Tamagotchi Pix was released in 2021. Kids have smartphones now, and those smartphones have amazing cameras. They could have just made it so you can send photos from your smartphone to the Pix via Bluetooth, but they can't do that because the Tamagotchi Pix has no Bluetooth and no infrared. For connectivity, it uses QR codes because, you know, it's got a camera. Now, initially that felt like a cope from them removing infrared, but eventually I did come around. Before now, the only way you could connect two Tamas is if you were in the same room, so you could use infrared, or if you had a Tamagotchi On using the app. But here's the thing. QR codes are just an image. You can send it in a text message or post it on Twitter or a Discord server. And if someone has a Tamagotchi Pix, they can scan it and have a playdate with your Tama wherever they are in the world. That is an excellent idea. Now, while we're on the topic of gimmicks, it has another one that is a bit divisive. You might have noticed right away. No buttons. It just has little capacitive touch spots underneath the screen. And the idea is you can slide your finger across the 3 buttons. It's kind of cool. I understand why they did it, but you're sacrificing the consistency of the feedback you would get with a physical button press. Like, I swear, half the time I try to press the left button, it randomly decides to press the center button instead. And apparently the capacitive touch sensor is one of the first things to mess up when the batteries are running low. And the battery life is very poor, so get used to that. May I remind you, this came out in 2021. Why is this thing running on AAA batteries? Give it a USB-C port and a rechargeable battery. Why is that so much to ask? All of the negatives aside, the Tamagotchi Pix still has a lot to offer. There's a ton of stuff to do, items to collect, games to play, etc. All that good stuff we've come to expect from modern Tamagotchi. There's also the Tamagotchi Pix Party, which is mostly an incremental quality of life upgrade, as Bandai are very apt to do. Better battery life, the screen looks better, you know, all that stuff. I've heard equal amounts of people in the community say that the Pix Party is an absolutely mandatory upgrade, while other people just shrug their shoulders like, yeah, they're basically the same. Usually the older one is cheaper, so I don't know, weigh the pros and cons and come to your own conclusion. This is the final Tamagotchi I'm going to talk about in this video. In November 2021, they released the Tamagotchi Smart. It is a wearable Tamagotchi in the form of a smartwatch. It comes with a wrist strap and everything. The core concept is great. For a toy that you're intended to take with you and routinely interact with throughout the day, turning it into a wearable feels like the natural next step, and I applaud them for going through with the idea. The problem with the concept being so strong is that they don't really make good on their promise. It feels like every good design decision they made is paired with a really bad one. Hey, it's got a rechargeable battery. Oh, but wait, to charge that battery, it uses a micro USB port, a connector from 2007. Hey, they brought back the physical face buttons. Or should I say physical face button, because there is only one and the other two are fake decals that are there for zero reason. It's smaller than the previous generations of Tamagotchi, that's cool, but it's still comically large to be worn as a watch. It looks huge on your wrist. Like they tried their best to make it smaller, but realistically it's still just too big. It's got a touch screen, cool,
yeah, I think so,
but there are only 4 touch zones on each of the corners. So yes, that does technically make it a touch screen because you can touch the screen, but it's more like there are 4 invisible buttons on the screen that you can press. The screen is small enough that you don't really need it to be a dynamic touch input, so fair enough, but the problem arises with how the touch actually works. You can't just touch the screen, because that would be too obvious. If you just touch a button, like you just tap it, it will give visual feedback like it knows that you tapped it, but the button will not be pressed. You have to press and hold the screen for about a second for it to work. I didn't even last 2 weeks with the Tamagotchi Smart. It was way more annoying than it was fun. There are a lot of positives to be said about the Tamagotchi Smart. A lot of people in the community really like it. And it sucks because I wanted to like it too, and I just couldn't do it. I don't think the idea is doomed from the start. I think they could iterate on this idea to make something really special. Smartwatches already exist. They're already very thin, and they have beautiful screens, and most people that wear them don't do anything with them. They see text messages they get on their phone at a glance, and that's about it. People that already wear a smartwatch every day are the perfect demographic for, oh, I don't know, let's say a Tamagotchi Smart free-to-play idle game. Those are popular right now. When they do that thing where they whip their wrist around to turn the screen on, they can see the time, and they can see their little Tamagotchi waddling around with their hunger and happy meters at a glance. Oh, you gotta wait in a line somewhere? All right, play a mini game on your watch for 30 seconds to raise your Tamagotchi's happy meter. Ah, but you want your Tamagotchi to wear a cute outfit? That'll be 300 Tama-bucks or whatever, which equates to like $3 in real life money or something. What if they integrated it with all the brands they're licensing? I can easily imagine people paying up to $10 in real life money to have the Eevee, Hello Kitty, or Pac-Man on their smartwatch all the time. I would genuinely buy an Apple Watch if what I'm describing were a thing, and I don't think I'm alone in that. I understand Bandai not wanting to double down on a hardware scene that is constantly in flux. Like, smartwatches are still a technology that is a work in progress, so to speak. So I'm gonna think of the Tamagotchi Smart as a work in progress as well. They introduced the idea of a wearable Tamagotchi to me, but now I want them to prove to me that they can do it, and they can do it well. Your move, Bandai. This one's all on you. Alright, so I've pretty much covered everything Tamagotchi has to offer at this point, and I'm sure a lot of you have picked some favorites by now, and maybe you're considering acquiring them. The really new ones you can get on Amazon, but a large percentage of the Tamagotchi I've talked about in this video are old and exclusive to Japan. Not a lot of them made it over to America. So what are you gonna do? Go on eBay? No. That's gonna add up real fast. People set the prices way too high for Japanese Tamagotchi on eBay. And if you want a few of them, you have to pay a whole bunch of separate shipping fees. So yeah, forget all that. Bai is a service that's gonna do all the hard work for you and save you money while doing it. You can browse all sorts of different Japanese storefronts on their site, for instance, Mercari, Yahoo Auctions Japan. That's where all the good secondhand stuff is, and the prices are good too. Here's a hot tip. If you type Tamagotchi in Japanese on Bai, you'll get a lot more
Invest in
listings.
this
So you can
video.
copy and paste
It's
the
fun
string
to
in the
watch.
description, slap it into the Mercari search, and there you go. Just to make the decision to use Bai
They're really
even
cute. I like
easier, they're
this
giving you
YouTuber.
money to do it. If you click the link in the description, they're going to give you 2,000 yen off of your first purchase, and that equates to somewhere around 15 bucks. If you search for Tamagotchi on Mercari, a lot of them are listed for less than 2,000 yen, so you're basically getting a free Tamagotchi so long as you pay for shipping. But speaking of shipping, this is where Bai really starts to distinguish themselves. Tamagotchi are cheap and small, and if you're already on the hook to pay for a box to be shipped to you across the ocean, you might as well get a few of them, right? So here's what you can do. Let's say you find some sick deals on like 4 or 5 Tamagotchi on Bai, right? So you buy them or you win a bid, and then all those Tamagotchi will be shipped to Bai's warehouse. Once all of them arrive, you can go on the site and request package consolidation. Basically, Bai will take your Tamagotchi, put them all into one box, make sure the contents are protected, and then ship it to you. That way, instead of paying shipping for 5 different boxes,
Watch a hap video. Jazz.
This is John Coltrane's Giant Steps. It's considered one of the most important jazz albums of all time. It cemented John Coltrane as a legend among jazz saxophonists and composers, and it's home to one of the most revered and feared compositions in
I've seen a
jazz
few
history.
box videos.
The
Really
reason why the
high
album's title track
production
is
quality.
so iconic can be heard in its first few seconds.
He's going crazy on that flute.
Coltrane wrote these unique chord changes for Giant Steps and later went on to use them over traditional jazz standards. These chords came to be known as the Coltrane
Imagine
changes,
if you
and
could
improvising over them
transform
is
his
considered a
feet
rite
huge
of passage
just
for
for this
jazz
video.
musicians. But
Giant
if you don't understand a lick of music theory like me,
scorpions.
it's really hard to see how this is so legendary. Lucky for me,
Good
I
night,
know a few people that can
Slummy.
explain
Sleep well
why.
and cozy.
Braxton
Have
Cook
sweet dreams. Thank you for hanging out with
and
us
Adam
today.
Neely.
Should I get into the like technical jargon and stuff?
Let's cut to the logo first.
My giant feet.
So there's a moment in the Giant Steps recording that really illustrates just how demanding this song is. It happens when Tommy Flanagan, the pianist on the record, starts his solo.
Story goes, John Coltrane brought in the music. You know, he shows up ready to go, and then he calls this really fast tempo. You know,
If you hear on the recording, Tommy Flanagan just cannot handle the chord progressions as they're going by. His improvisation is very halted.
and Tommy Flanagan's just like holding on for dear life.
It really becomes apparent how much he struggled when you hear Coltrane take off at lightning speed the second Flanagan stops.
And then it goes down as like one of the most legendary recordings of all time. That's messed up. I would want another shot, you know? I'd be like, bro, don't put that recording out.
To understand why this was so difficult for even a highly trained pianist, we need to know 3 basic concepts. And it all starts with this, the circle of fifths. It's kind of like a color wheel for music.
Okay, awesome. You glued this stuff and everything. This is fire.
All 12 notes of the Western musical scale are on it, but you might notice they're a little mixed up. That's because they're organized by a very special number in music, a fifth. What's a fifth?
It's like if we were in the C major scale, we go C, D, E, F, G, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
From C to G is 5 notes, from G to D is 5 notes, and, well, you get the idea. If you play through the circle, you'll traverse the entire keyboard, starting on the lowest C, and ending up on the highest C. It sounds much more harmonious than just playing all the notes in order. That's because...
The fifth is a sound that our ears just like.
Please explain.
Whenever we're hearing anything, whenever we're hearing people sing, whenever we're hearing people play music, we're hearing these other notes, these overtones alongside the pitches that they're playing.
When I play this scene, the first two loudest tones that are pushed through the air are both C. One is just an octave higher. But other tones travel to our ears as well. The third loudest is a G, which happens to be a fifth above C. In 1973, Leonard Bernstein demonstrated this phenomenon live on a grand piano at Harvard. Listen closely after he hits that note.
What do we hear now? That G, right? A new tone, again clear as a bell. You want to hear it again?
These overtones are kind of like subliminal tones that you're hearing alongside a regular note, and you're hearing these overtones everywhere.
A lot of Western music is based on the power of the fifths, especially how it relates so strongly back to its home chord.
In the case of the key of C major, we have the G chord resolving to C. If we're thinking about what the G chord represents, it represents kind of tension. You want this to resolve. And when it finally does resolve, it creates this feeling of finality. It creates a feeling of home.
That 5-to-1 relationship is present in a lot of chord progressions, including the most common one found in jazz, the 2-5-1.
The 2-5-1 essentially is like the backbone of most jazz music.
Even in its most basic form, it sounds super jazzy.
This is the kind of the building blocks of
I am
jazz.
so sleepy
So
today.
it comes as no surprise that
I slept
Coltrane
bad,
changes
I
are
think.
just
I slept like
chock-full
really
of them,
bad.
which might
Waking
raise
up
the
all the
question:
time.
why was Tommy Flanagan caught
Is
off
there a
guard
movie
when
about
he had
bees?
to
We got a
improvise over
movie
them?
about
Well, the Coltrane changes aren't in one key.
Cats
They're
movie.
in three
Cat
keys.
movie.
They're basically a musical M.C. Escher painting. So each one of these rungs on the circle of fifths represents every possible key center. The closer a key is to another, the more notes they have in common. Like the C major and G major scale, they're only different by one note, an F sharp. Okay, we need an analogy to describe this.
So the way that I like to think about keys is kind of like languages that you have to learn as a jazz improviser. You have to be able to be fluent in a key. Like maybe C is Spanish and G is Portuguese.
Those are very similar languages.
If that's the case, like, okay, maybe C is Spanish and you have a distantly related language, like maybe Japanese.
Let's say Japanese is B. There's not much in common with those two languages, and it's the same with keys. If you play those scales over each other, it sounds a lot more discordant.
For the most part, most pop music is based around one of these key centers.
For instance, Carly Rae Jepsen's Cut to the Feeling is in A major. But some songs modulate to another key for dramatic effect, like Beyonce's Love on Top.
Sleepy cat.
Part of the reason why it's really exciting is because you're going to a place that's really distant on the circle of fifths.
And you're creating a new sense of home, which is exactly what Love on Top does. But it doesn't just happen once, it happens every time she repeats the chorus towards the end of the song.
And when we chart that sort of thing along the circle of fifths, patterns emerge.
These types of patterns are what fascinated John Coltrane in the late 1950s and 60s, as he was trying to push jazz harmony to its limits. This is his study of the circle of fifths.
I think what makes Giant Steps really special is that it just documented an artist doing something super unique, super stylistic, and virtuosic at the same time.
Here's the first 16 bars of Giant Steps, again with just the key changes highlighted. If you chart those changes on the circle of fifths, it comes out as a pretty dramatic pattern. That's because these keys are separated by major thirds, which divide an octave into 3 equal parts. On the circle of fifths, these 3 keys are as far apart as possible from each other.
Giant Steps is kind of like you're shifting from Spanish to Arabic to Japanese very quickly.
By quickly, he means like every 2 beats in a song that's nearly 300 beats per minute.
Better yourself. Thanks for stream. Take care. Thank you for watching. Sleep well and cozy. Have sweet
how does
dreams.
Coltrane make those disparate languages connect? It's one of the most ubiquitous phrases in jazz. the 5-1.
What he's doing is taking some of the conventional ideas of tonal harmony, the conventional relationships between the 5 chord and the 1 chord, and applying it to this very chaotic, circling sort of chord progression that is the Coltrane changes. So if we were all in the same key, it would sound like this. But because we're going from key center to key center, it sounds very different.
This is why the Coltrane changes are like this picture here. Even though you're seeing things from a completely new perspective and place, you still feel like you've made it home somehow. When Tommy Flanagan saw the charts for Giant Steps, he knew he wasn't going to just have to play this chord progression, he was going to have to improvise over it very quickly.
That would probably be so funny. He's probably like, what?
It is a bit of a rite of passage to say that you not only can improvise in Giant Steps, but you can also improvise in all 12 keys. Now, generations of jazz musicians are approaching Giant Steps as this sort of pinnacle of improvisation.
Wait, I think I've got an analogy for this. It's like you're a cab driver, and instead of knowing only one way to get somewhere, you have to know every back alley and side street, just in case.
It's essentially like that. You still get to the same location, but it's really interesting, and you might see some really cool stuff in the neighborhood. But ultimately, I still think the music boils down to 5-1. People want to come back home.
Lunch. Have nice lunch. They're nice.
Thanks so much for watching the first of 3 videos I'm going to release in the next couple of weeks on jazz. I want to give a special thanks to Braxton Cook and Adam Neely. Between the time that I interviewed Braxton and now he's released a full album. Please check it out below, and of course special thanks to Adam Neely. You can check out his YouTube channel below. Until next time.
I've never really ever listened to jazz. Thank you for sharing your video, Hap. Is there more in the series? The worst jazz solo, from the best, from the most feared to the worst. I wanna watch more, this one.
Plug-and-play TV games were a staple of the early 2000s, and that was for good reason. They were cheap and fun, and they made for great gifts. It felt like everyone I knew had their own little collection of them back in the day. You just pop some batteries in, plug the cables into your TV, power it on, and there you go. You really can't get much simpler than that. All of the most popular plug-and-plays focused on making retro games more accessible. For instance, Namco had a whole line of them that you could play their 80s arcade games on. If you were in the mood to play Pac-Man, Galaga, Mappy at home, these things had you covered. If you wanted to play Atari 2600 games, or even in television games, you better believe there was a plug-and-play for those too. These sort of retro throwback style of plug-and-plays is still popular even today. Here's one that was made in 2018. It plays the NES version of Double Dragon, and that's about it. There is a market for an easy method to play nostalgic video games, and plug-and-plays fill that niche pretty well, but the plug-and-plays I'm going to feature today aren't quite so predictable. There's nothing I love more than weird gadgets from the early 2000s, and plug-and-play games scratch a very particular itch for me. So let's look at some cursed and unholy plug-and-play TV.
It grabs my attention the easiest.
5 months.
I'm gonna go from least weird to most weird, and I can think of no better place to start than the Jack-specific SpongeBob plug-and-play from 2003. This thing already would have been so iconic, but the nose joystick really sealed it. There are 5 games that start from the top. For some reason, I really like Breakout clones, and SpongeBob's Bubble Pop is no exception. The physics can be a little weird, and hitting the barrels at the top of the screen to clear the level can be deceptively difficult, but this game is fun. Sandy's Surf Adventure is a standard issue arcade-style shoot-'em-up. Invasion of the Hooks, you throw Krabby Patties at the hooks to save your friends, but the real games are these 2 at the bottom. Patrick and the Maze is great. You explore the maze and try to find your friends while solving small puzzles, collecting power-ups, and playing minigames along the way. But the final game is my absolute favorite. It's the Super Chum Bucket. It's a 2D platformer with stiff movement and precise jumps. You just get to the top of each level while dodging obstacles, and it's super satisfying. But because you can't save, I haven't put in the time to get them all the way to the end. Someday I'll
Did he master each of the games?
The lack of music may be disappointing, but when I was a kid, it was just cool to see a plug-and-play with original games instead of just another retro compilation. I think they did a pretty good job with this unit overall. I think it's great. And here's another SpongeBob one from 2007, which is surprisingly late. This was after Stephen Hillenburg left and the show got bad.
No.
Like the Nintendo Wii was out.
UFO
Like, it's weird
50
how
is
late
that game
this
out
was.
stream
And
for
that
a
makes
few
sense
days.
because this is the most technically impressive
It's
plug
like
and play
a
I have ever
collection of
seen,
50
and probably will
retro
ever
style
see. This
games
unit has
made by a
4
bunch
games,
of
starting with
different
Jellyfish Dodge.
developers.
When you select the game, it asks you if you want to overwrite your save data, and then it drops you into a level
The
select
plankton
screen.
platforming
This thing
will turn
has a
boys into
single-player campaign
Cool.
with linear progression and a save system. It's just a plug and play. You didn't have to go that
It's
hard.
like
You run
retro
around
style
smacking a
games.
certain
It's not
number of
actually
jellyfish to
retro
get the exit
games.
to open, or you complete some sort of
It's
objective
like
surviving
it's a
versus
collection of
and the
50
next game,
games
Guide
that's
and
supposed to be
Collide,
made
is a
by
puzzle
some
game where you
fictional
place blocks to
developer
direct jellyfish
studio
to SpongeBob
development
so that he
studio
can
from the
catch them.
80s.
For lack of better comparison, it's kind of like Choo Choo Rocket. There seems to be a lot of depth and a lot of moving parts here. If I liked
Yeah,
puzzle
it's
games
really
more,
neat.
I'd be all over this, but I don't.
The games
so
are
I'm
all
not.
like
And
this,
the third game
though.
is Snowball Showdown. It's a turn-based artillery game where you choose where to aim, how much power to use, and you try to hit your opponent with snowballs. This one's more multiplayer focused, and you pass the controller to your friends back and forth. The final game is my absolute favorite, Sponge Pop. It's a full remake of SpongeBob's Bubble Pop from the 2003 unit, but with better physics, better sound, better animations, more power-ups, just overall better everything. Am I engaging with plug-and-play fan service right now? Is this SpongeBob's Bubble Pop rehydrated? Okay, so let me put into perspective why these plug-and-plays are interesting, right? So at the time in the early 2000s, if you wanted to engage with video games, assuming you already had a TV, you had to buy the console, you had to buy your controller, you had to buy a game, you had to buy a memory card. Video games were not a cheap hobby by any stretch of the imagination. And that level of buy-in was a pretty big investment. But the compromise that plug-and-play TV games offered seemed pretty tempting. For $30, you could throw some batteries in this thing, plug it in your TV, and you get to play a SpongeBob game. Now, did it offer an experience that was on par with Battle for Bikini Bottom? Maybe not, but that was the nature of the compromise. You're compromising some quality in favor of accessibility. But today, video games have never been more accessible. It's not often that you really need to compromise anymore, especially when things like the ROG Ally X exist. A big, huge thanks to ASUS for sponsoring this video. The ROG Ally X is a handheld Windows gaming PC, and easily the best I've ever gotten my hand. I've had enough fun. I want to look at something horrible, and I'm going to show it to you right now. It's the Sleeping Beauty plug and play. I can't blame her for looking so apathetic. I wouldn't be very enthused either if all I had to look forward to was being manhandled by a giant, because
I've
she
never
is
even
the
seen
joystick.
one of these
a
in
very
my life.
uncomfortable one, I'm sure you're surprised to hear. I also hate to admit that it took me a very long time
Where do
to
you
find the
find
power
these?
switch. It's hidden right in plain sight, right here. And don't even act like you would have found it immediately and I'm stupid for not noticing it. There are 3 games. Let's start with Voice of the Forest. You walk around the forest and you gotta find your animal friends. And when you sing, a little icon appears that gives you a hint to where they are. Once you find them, they follow you back to your cottage, and that's how you complete the level. And you have to find more animals each time. Next is Fairies in Flight. You fly upward and blast goons with the correctly colored laser. It's extremely basic and I got bored of it almost immediately. And the final game is Birthday Celebration. You have to stack the cakes like the arcade
You're
game
like
Stacker,
14
but you have to
going
make sure
for
the color matches the layer
Christmas.
below. I like it, but once again, it's very simple and didn't hold my
That's
attention
really
for long. For some reason, these
cute.
games read like a Game Boy Advance game to me. Something about the presentation feels like it would fit perfectly on the GBA. For a kid's game, it's charming enough, but wow, this joystick is horrible. And whoever decided to add glitter
princess
that rubs
joystick.
off on your hands needs to be fired. And next up, we have... Oh, no. No, but like, okay, this is his face, right? This is the face. So this would be his head, right? And then what?
It's unicorn.
Is he a unicorn? What? And what is this? Why does it look like that? There's something about this. I'm sorry. There are 5 games, and if the music currently playing didn't give it away, they are all absolutely dumpstered here. First off is Streets of the City. You
tip
web up
is
goons
flared
and
for
beat them up while
comfort.
collecting bags of cash. This game uses all 3 buttons: A to jump, B to web and punch, and the spider button to web swing. The controls are so appalling and inconsistent in a way that I can't even put into words. All I can say is
scooping
that
all
it's
over the place.
frustrating immediately. If you have one of these things,
Send me a
you
video
know
that might be up my
exactly
alley.
what I'm talking
Okay.
about. Spider
I'll
Training
watch
is
that
the
after
second game.
this
You
one.
shoot webs at the bad guys and don't shoot the good guys.
Remember
It
that
is very one
used.
note. Next is Venom's Vindication. Venom will throw bombs down and you have to shoot a web to catch the bombs before they hit the ground. It's really annoying because goons will come from either side and start punching you, but you don't have time to punch the goons and web up the bomb at the same time, so you're just gonna have to take a hit one way or the other. And they expect you to web up 30 bombs in a row. Next up is Escape from the Sewers. It's an old school style 3D maze game where you have to web up bombs bombs before they explode and subdue the lizard occasionally. For
Subdue
5
the
full minutes,
lizard
I explored the entire maze and
The
couldn't
flare
find the
isn't
last
for
bomb. And the game
comfort,
just put
it's
me right
for
back at the beginning, like, go
ambition.
on. Do the whole thing again. Why are these games designed to be as tedious as possible? And finally, we have Vulture's Venture. You have a little cursor and you press A to shoot a web and block the rockets. It's very fun and very cool, and I love it. Well, that was absolutely dreadful, but we're about to get a whole lot more dreadful. I have somehow managed to go my entire life without seeing Spider-Man 3. I would probably really like it, but I guarantee you I will not like this thing. Or maybe I shouldn't speak so soon, because this title screen looks pretty cool. The first game is Stop New Goblin. It's supposed to be an arcade-style shoot-'em-up, but way more confusing because Spider-Man is swinging vertically up and down, but his depth isn't actually changing, like he still shoots at the same height plane no matter where he is. Trying to move around is frustrating because you have to build so much momentum. It feels like dragging a sack of potatoes around, like he's really heavy, making dodging anything next to impossible. And it keeps flashing control prompts on the screen like, do this, left and B, right and B, but you do them and then nothing happens. I don't know why it keeps telling me to do that. This game stinks and I never want to play it again. Next is Symbiote Struggle. You run around as Symbiote Spider-Man beating up thugs, and then you're instructed to web up to the rooftops where you find the next set of thugs to beat up. But the problem is when you're in the rooftop area, once you web swing, you're locked into that web swing arc with no way to correct yourself or cancel it or reorient. So you just swing and you have to hope that you land close enough to where you're supposed to just to fight the same exact thugs over and over. It's incredibly frustrating and tedious. So the next game, Sandman Smash, you fight some thugs leading up to a Sandman boss fight. The fighting feels fine. It's a little bit stiff, but not too bad. The Sandman drops gems, and when you collect a certain number of them, you land a finishing blow that blasts him through the wall into another area. I initially thought the fighting didn't have much depth to it, but then I learned that you can do this cool web throw move on thugs, and when Spider-Man gets his spider sense, it means there's an item in the background that I can pick up and bash into somebody. I didn't like the last game's fighting because I was just fighting thugs over and over, but having the Sandman as a focal point and then the bad guys just as like fodder, it gave the whole thing like a sense of direction, like having an immediate objective that I was supposed to focus on. It's really sick. I was very surprised how much I enjoyed this game. And the final game is Construction Site Fight, where you fight both Venom and Sandman at the same time. The construction site acts like a labyrinth that you have to traverse vertically to find either Venom or Sandman. It keeps things moving. You don't have to keep looking at the same backdrops over and over. It's just a really exciting back and forth of fighting and exploring. And the best part is there are no goons. The fights can be a bit confined to a tiny space sometimes, and also I ended up glitching the game and getting stuck on a wall and I had to reset. I still think Sandman Smash is slightly more enjoyable, but both of these last two games were super fun. Well, this thing really turned itself around, didn't it? It started off really, really bad and then ended off being really good. I'm super, super impressed. See you later, Spider-you later, and hello, Cosmo Girl. Very unique design of this plug and play here. These little controllers dock onto the console magnetically. You just pop them off and hand them to your friends. The controllers work like a TV remote. They have an IR blaster in there. If it wasn't obvious based on the design, this is a trivia machine built around Cosmo Girl magazine. Cosmo Girl is essentially the kids' version of Cosmopolitan magazine, so it's chock full of 2005 pre-teen girl fare. I'm not so much interested in the content of this thing as much as I am the design of it. I just think it's a fascinating device. I would have loved something like this when I was a kid. Since we're on the topic of plug-and-play games with weird designs, check out this one. It's kind of weird, but it gets weirder. This little port opens up, but what's it for? Well, you've got this virtual pet that docks right into that little port. It's asking me if I want to create a new virtual pet, and I say no. So it loaded up Dan. Hi Dan, I love you. Welcome to Gigapets Explorer. When you start a new game, you get to pick your pet. I'm gonna pick this doggy right here and name him Stonkle, obviously. And when you dock the virtual pet to the console, it says press zap to start TV mode. When you press it, it uploads the data, and then Dan shows up on the TV to hang out with you. In 2006, this would have blown my mind. You meet up with the mayor, and he gives you a tutorial mission where you have to find some gems, and then he sets you free into this absolutely massive world. And there's no run button, so you have to traverse it at walking pace. It is very easy to get lost because, like I said, the map is so huge. And you would think that the missions would give you a sense of direction, but no. The mayor will just be like, oh yeah, find this person, and then doesn't tell you where the person is. So I'm just like, okay, I guess I'll just wander around until I find her eventually. I was playing this on stream, and the mission where you try to find 2 different kinds of flowers, it's impossible. Like, it's actually impossible. The game will just place flowers randomly across the map. You have to get all of the flowers and then go all the way back to the barn in 2 minutes. It is impossible. I have 20 seconds. I'm just gonna have to hope that I find it because, my God, I don't know where it is. Oh my God! 3, 2, 1. Oh no! I have to go all the way back? Is that a fail? What do you mean? I have to go all the way back? Where's the last flower? Oh, no. 5, 4, 3. I can't make it back. There's no way. Okay, we're trying it again. We're doing it again. So we're gonna start up here. Okay, yes. Yeah, okay, and then we're gonna go straight up here. And I have 30 seconds to find it and get back. So I'm gonna just start heading in that direction. Because there's only one way back. That's it. I already lose. If I'm already too far away, like that's it. Oh my God! Why does it
Wow.
Tell him no. No. Well, that was pretty neat, but up next we have the Teledoodle. I love the sparkly decal.
Cute.
It has a surprisingly soft analog joystick that feels
hats
very
and
nice in the
giant
hand,
steps.
but it is very inaccurate
Giga
and
steps
very
and giant
frustrating to
hats.
actually try to draw with. The cursor kind of just slides all over the place, and trying to draw a circle always leaves one side lopsided. This released in 2004, and it's a painting program where you can only use one color at a time. No paint bucket tool either. You can draw and you can erase, and that's it. You can change tool, which essentially just changes the theme. For instance, chainsawing a log or drawing with rainbows in the sky. It's cute, but there's absolutely no reason why they couldn't have expanded this more. Mario Paint should not be running circles around this thing when there's a 12-year gap between the two. Yeah, sure, you can say it's for kids, but I can think of no situation where a kid wouldn't prefer a piece of paper to the Teledoodle. Well, that was dog water, but I have another drawing game here called Win, Lose, or Draw. The video drawing game system. Plug and play, no cartridges required. It claims to be America's favorite TV drawing game. Look how much fun they're having. Say no more, I'm convinced. Let's get this thing out of the box and play some Win, Lose, or Draw, shall we? It shows what you're supposed to draw on the little LCD screen up top, but I immediately ran into an issue. This is missing an essential feature for a drawing tablet. There's no hover to show me where my pen is when it's not touching the pad. So you just have to guess where your previous lines were and continue your drawing from there. And if it doesn't line up, that's too bad. Your drawing is just ruined. It has this really rough layer over the touchpad, like I guess to try and give it some texture, but it was really getting on my nerves, so I ripped it out of there, and the sensitivity was immediately so much better when I removed it. But then I realized, oh, right, it's just a touchpad. I can use my fingers on it. So I came up with a crazy idea. If I tape down the tip of the pen so it's always held down, put a piece of paper over the pad and draw with a pencil on the pad, will it just translate my drawing exactly to the TV? It's a little jank, but yeah, actually, it performed shockingly well. Like, look at the comparison here. Win, Lose, or Draw is a super cool idea. I love this gadget. If it had hover and a slightly better tablet, it would be awesome. Though, that being said, you'd be better off playing this game around a table with a pen and paper, or even better, one of those transparency projectors that teachers used to use. But if you specifically want to play a video game with this concept, Game & Wario Sketch on Wii U is one that I regularly go back to. Okay, we are officially scraping the bottom of the barrel with this one. This is the Versus Max Video Extreme. Now there's a lot going on here. So you have this joystick that only moves in this square gate. Like, this is a gated joystick that only goes in this square, which is insane. Then you have this just circular plate like D-pad. Why? I don't know why they did it like this. I don't know why you would ever design a directional pad that looks like this and functions like this. You have this little wheel thing, which, you know, this tilts back and forth. This is just another D-pad. This just turns left and right. There's no analog. It's just digital. I don't understand the point. And then you have these egg-tastic buttons. Look at these. This rivals the Xbox Duke. Look at these. You cannot get more eggular than this. There's your power switch there. This is just like a lot. This is a lot. This is an alien controller. So there's 50 games on here. I'm not gonna look through all 50 probably. I'm just gonna, you know, go through a bunch of them and just get the general scope of the thing. Fast Runner, the most basic overhead racing game I have ever seen in my life. Rally Racer, is that the Speed Racer car? The absolute bare minimum for a motorcycle racing game. Bullseye, an incredibly rudimentary shmup. Space Warp, the exact same thing but horizontal instead of vertical. Critters, you swing a net at a butterfly okay, and when you catch it, it says, you get it on the bottom. Pipe,
You
roll a ball around and try not to fall in the holes, and when you do fall in the holes, it resets you back to the beginning. Rollerboard, you roll a ball into the star hole, and then you do it again. Trackball, you very slowly go along a track and get to the end. Sky Patrol, it's a reskin of the same shmup from earlier. Race and Chase, it's a very slow clone of Rally X. Jungle Protector, it's another reskin of the shmup from earlier. North Territory, another reskin of the exact same shmup. Get Home, it's a clone of Toy Pop, but you play as a penguin. Solaria, it's another clone of the same shmup. Firefighter, it's a breakout clone, but you throw the firefighter at people to rescue them from a burning building. I actually kind of like this game just because of how weird it is. Speed Racer, okay, you can't use that image. That's like definitely copyrighted. Oh, it's just a reskin of the motorcycle racing game from earlier. Okay. Bounce, it's a tennis game where you press A at the right time and you will always hit the ball back. Off-Road Racer, it's a very, very slow clone of Bump and Jump. In Challenge 100, you play as Keropi and you try not to get squished by the top of the screen. Crazy Hit, it's yeah, it's whack-a-mole. Dump and Go. Oh, it's the motorbike racing game, but with truck instead. Okay. Elfland, you play as Casper the Slug and you touch enemies the same color as you and they die. Gears, okay, that's definitely Speed Racer. You can't use that, that's copyrighted. How many times are they gonna reskin the exact same overhead racing game? Rocket Rider, oh my god, it's the same 2D racing game again. Pro Tennis, nice artwork. Oh, it's that mobile game where you try to line it up with the one above. Okay, I've gone through half of them. I'm not gonna look at the rest. This is just Action 52, but more boring. Because at least Action 52 is like funny. This is just lame. Now, if you thought 50 games were a lot, check this out. The Game Station, plug-and-play game system with 300 video games. How many video games does one man need? How many? 300? That might be too many. In 2016, I bought this thing at a Barnes & Noble for $30. Was it worth it? Let's find out. Let's just slide the whole thing.
Puzzle Bomb was probably cool.
So we have the main unit right here, we have the second player controller, and we have a tennis racket. Now the first question that I have to ask is, what is that on the left? Oh, don't worry, that's just the select button. Watch how it recedes.
Big select button
they could have
for
made
big
this,
selections.
That, they didn't. Somehow, the D-pad is even worse than before. Look how far it sticks out from the console. Ah, look at the travel on that. And if you look at the back here, USB port. Now, my first thought was, oh, I'll stick a flash drive in there and, I don't know, run some ROMs or something. But no, that's just the second player controller port. You plug the second controller in there, and then your friend can play too. I don't know why you would want to bring your friends on to play this, but you can. Now, on first glance, you might be like, oh yeah, yellow, white, red, whatever. But what? Why is this a USB? We have two ways to power this thing. You can power it with the batteries, or you can power it with the USB. It's very nice to have the option, actually. Very forward thinking. I gotta give them some credit for that. So there actually are 300 games on here. I'm not gonna bother going through all of them. I'll just pick out some ones that look interesting and highlight them. Heroes Mice 2.
Heroes
I'm
Mice
trying to punch
2.
the mice up. So I'm punching them back up. I don't know what I'm gaining from this. Invincible Girl. What could that be? All right, here's the problem with this, right? I have no idea what's going on. So I'm having a lot of trouble trying to summarize this. Oh, I thought my objective was to break out, but now I'm not sure. The thing that always baffles me every time I look at one of these is that someone had to sit down and like develop all these and like make the sprites and make the art. It had to go through some form of like quality control. Like it had to go through bug testing. Just for me to look at it and be like, I don't understand. I don't get it. Mummy, can I play repair urgently, please? Please, Mummy. I did all my homework. Ah, I have to repair urgently. Oh, dear. That one. I want to play Magic Johnny. Magic Johnny, yes! Is that Pikachu in a wrestling mask? Because nutrition sucked by all— wait, what? No, I wanted to read that. No, it's going by too fast. No! 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 This is the story of Magic Johnny.
Chair was at the mic. That was my microphone.
Sucked by the huge monsters. Soar all the plants have shriving one.
Soar.
This atmosphere of peace has been destroyed.
Destroyed.
The green land is becoming to wasteland. And people's lives were also threatened by monsters.
No.
Go that way, magic flower. Till one day, a little hero called Johnny has come up.
Johnny.
He must defeat all these monsters by his magic flower. Magic flower, use your fart power.
No.
So Magic Johnny's power is that he can spawn a giant rose that eats his enemies. Okay, Magic Johnny, that's a pretty good magic power. Crystal Blast. Yes, Crystal Blast, let's go. Stage 1. Hit him, hit him. Yes, yes, I have Diamond Blasted. Oh, I missed that one. Each one of these games offers like 5 seconds of entertainment value. It doesn't have to be entertaining. They already made the sale. Like if you got this far, you already paid for it. Nature Clan Mirror Devil World.
Whoa.
Ah! What do I do?
It's the Mirror Devils.
Ah. Okay, I don't get it at all. Like I don't understand, even a little bit.
Magic Johnny is 100% a porn star name.
I gotta see Nutcracky.
Save him.
What did that say? 7 Save Ingus. Hello, princess. I'm coming for. Okay, that's it. Well, this is terrible, Pizza Boy. Oh my God, this music. I tried to deliver pizza and then she disappeared. What's going on? Wonderball. Why do I get points sometimes and other times I don't? I'm not controlling anything. It just kind of happens on its own. I'm actually kind of blown away by how unbelievably confusing these are. I'm pretty sure these games were made by actual aliens because I am not interpreting any of this. Let's try Lucky Ball. Wait, what? This is Nintendo Pinball. Oh my God, this is actually a pirate game. This is Nintendo Pinball for NES, so they just reskinned. Air Umbrella. Wait a minute. Is this gonna be? This is Balloon Fight. This is another pirated Nintendo game. You can't do this. This game might be literally 40 years old, but Nintendo will still sue you for including it in a compilation illegally. Penguin. Oh my God, it's Nuts and Milk. This is another pirated Nintendo game that they just reskinned to be penguins. Why? So they put just a bunch of homebrew crap near the beginning of the compilation, and then later on they were just like, nah, we'll just put all the pirated Nintendo games near the end. No one's gonna scroll that far. They're probably right too. That's the funny part. So about the little table tennis racket that it comes with, I tried it out on stream. Here's a clip of me trying it out on stream. For those wondering, it's just an IR blaster. When you swing, it sends a button press command to the console. Yeah, it's really simple, but it feels really nice. They nailed the sensitivity. How? Why does this work better than the GoGo TV? I'm furious. So this thing has mostly original games, and then they started getting a little illegal with it towards the end. Now, some of these plug and plays show nowhere near that level of restraint, because the Mega Joy 2 is just obvious, blatant piracy territory. I mean, look at this thing. They're not even trying to hide it. Like, this is just a Nintendo 64 controller. Now, I'm not trying to sound like I'm anti-piracy. Pirating from Nintendo is always morally correct. However, let me make this abundantly clear. I am not pro bootleg. Redistributing copyrighted assets for free for the sake of preservation is cool. Redistributing copyrighted assets for profit or for personal gain, not cool. Very bad. It's fascinating because this spawned an entire line of Famiclone bootlegs that were so prolific that Nintendo took legal action against them. This is one of many. I have 3 of them, and you will see them after this. Before we boot this up and take a look at it, I just want to show you the anatomy of this thing. So you got your video ports here. You got a power adapter slot there. It's 6 volts. You have this weird battery cartridge on the back. So you're supposed to like open this up, place the batteries inside of this little plastic case, and then that slots into the back here. This one is so old that the battery slot thing doesn't slot in anymore. It just kind of blasts out of there. See, like it doesn't Like it just pops out. It doesn't work. The reset button is here, so that sends you back to the menu. Then you have your start and select buttons here, which is a crime because you know that on the N64 controller this is A and B. But the A and B buttons are here. There's B and A, and then there's turbo B and A up here. It's a very weird thing. Let's go boot it up. Look at this thing with all the cables coming out of it. It looks like it's on life support. So when you boot it up, it says Fun Educational 8001. So let's see if there's really 8,000 games. Oh my god. Oh my god, how could they even put that many games on this thing? They're using a really cool optimization trick called lying. There are only 76 actual games on here, and they just repeat them until the number reaches 8,000. So let's try out Mickey Safari Letter. I think I know this game. This is Mickey's Adventures in Numberland. How'd they get the rights to that? They didn't. They stole it. They included Duck Hunt, Hogan's Alley, and Wild Gunman. But you can't play any of these because there's no gun. Like there's no way to use the gun. Look, here's Lode Runner, one of the most popular NES games ever made, and it's just on here. Look, here's Nuts and Milk, which for some reason is on every pirate console ever made. I mean, good choice. This game rocks. I just think it's funny that for some reason Nuts and Milk is the one Famicom game that's on all of these. But yeah, look, it's Nintendo's Ice Climber. There it is. There's so many Nintendo properties on this thing, you'd think it's Super Smash Brothers. I mean, the problem with this thing is that it's just really uninteresting, just because it's all NES games that are unchanged, and it's like, yeah, no, I know what NES games are like. I play a lot of them, but it's like, what am I supposed to say about this? Like, I've said everything there is to say, so I'm just gonna move on. And now for the Super Joy 3, very obviously cut from the same cloth. Look at these things. A couple of major differences, namely this fake joystick. This is just hard plastic. It doesn't move. I don't know why it's here. It is genuinely baffling to me. Why didn't they just leave it out like they did with this one? I mean, these are probably not made by the same people. There were probably like 900 million different Chinese factories pumping these things out back in like 2001. But also, look at this button placement. How could they do this? Look at that distance. Second controller port. Look, gun and joystick number 2. So look, they didn't forget the gun capability this time. But also, prepare yourself. They put an entire cartridge slot right on the back, and when you hold it, you can feel the cartridge slot with your fingers. It really digs in back there. It's very nice. Okay, well, this should look familiar. We've seen this before, but the difference is when you press reset, it says, fun time. Look at this. They put the king of video games on here, just totally blatantly straight out in the open. This level of recklessness is what got these guys sued, because you can't just be going around putting Mario on your pirate console. You just can't. Okay, yeah, we've seen the whole pirated NES games thing before. It's nothing new. But what is new here is, check this out. I got my Famicom cartridge right here. This is the iconic, the fabulous Hudson Soft Nuts and Milk from 1984. It just sticks out like that. And here's how you have to hold it when you do that. Like, you just have to hold it like that. What other option do you have? Turn her on, and look at that. Nuts and Milk. It's running straight off the real Famicom cartridge. Finally, I can play Nuts and Milk using my real cartridge. Okay, but jokes aside, this is actually really cool. Like, this is a pretty convenient way to test my Famicom cartridges. It's pretty good. And then we have another one cut from the same cloth again, the Power Joy. This one's got a few weird differences to it. Number one, check out this joystick. It actually moves, and it actually does function, although it's just an 8-directional digital D-pad, just shaped differently, of course. Now, why is it shaped like this? Well, they put the gun right there. It's just right in the middle of the controller like that. That's really sick, actually, and it feels very comfortable to hold. Like, that click is nice, too. And of course, you've got the second player controller port, and it comes with a very crappy controller for the second player with PlayStation buttons, inexplicably. Yeah, whatever, we've seen this before, who cares? So let's get this thing booted up and see what it's like. Power Joy with some MS Paint geese and some MS Paint roses. Are these all shooting games? Let's try Falling Block. Falling Bricks. I wonder what game this is going to be a clone of. Oh, yep, this is pirated Tetris. Oh, whoa. That ain't no Tetris like I've ever seen. I hate this. Oh no, this is cursed Tetris. Panzer Flying Car. Okay, A very bare bones 2D racing game. Okay. Okay, yeah, it seems like most of these are shooting games, so we're gonna have to do something a little drastic. Oh yeah, it is definitely CRT time. For those uninitiated, LCD screens don't work with light gun games. You gotta get a CRT like this one. So I've got the Power Joy right here. I'm about to shoot at the screen like that. All right, so I'm about to start off with Shoot Copter. Let's go. Oh, it's a hack of Duck Hunt. Of course it is. Okay, hit that one instantly. Just, if it's not clear on camera, I'm probably like 2 feet away from the screen. So not far, but I wanted to, I wanted the gun to appear on camera. This is working perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. So yeah, it's just a hack of Duck Hunt, but they replaced the ducks with helicopters for some reason. All right, we're about to get a perfect game. Let's see if I got a, yeah, absolute perfect game. Yeah. This feels incredible. It is like exact. Okay, let's try shooting 600. Let's try that. Oh, okay, this is the Duck Hunt shooting cans game. They replaced the sprite with something. They look like little birds or something. I can't even tell. No, not that one. I think it doesn't know which one I'm aiming at sometimes. There we go. Okay, I was definitely aiming at the bottom one and I hit the top one. Okay, I don't get that. If anything, it's overly sensitive. Like they need to reduce the sensitivity. I'm guessing shoot glass is gonna be clay pigeons.
I'm not leaving forever.
Okay.
I'm right here.
Okay, got that one. Nope, I ran out of shots. So I missed the left one, hit the right one.
Hi, good morning, bird.
Yeah, so
welcome,
this is really good. It's struggling
hope you
with the
slept
cans
nice
game,
and
but this feels
comfy.
perfect. Wow, that feels really nice. What happened to light gun games? We need to bring them back. Well, that was really fun. This thing works pretty good. I gotta give it to them. But there's still one trick it has up its sleeve. Let's get to that now. With Power Joy cartridge, PJ008.
Thank you.
You shove this right into the back here. Now this cartridge slot is.
Hope you're having a good day so far.
I'm sure you heard that. But yeah, let's boot this up and see what's on the cartridge. 84 Okay, is this just going to be more pirated NES games? Because I have had more than enough of that. It looks like these are just pirated NES games. You got Pac-Land, Load Runner, Paperboy. Finally, I have a way to play Aladdin 3.
Oh, it just goes
right into it. No title screen or anything, huh? Okay. I mean, we kind of all knew what to expect. Pirated NES games, you know, they're pirated NES games. They're very uninteresting. Just like every trend, plug-and-plays were squeezed for their every drop of potential for the sake of capitalism. But even then, it's weird to see how much range they had. Some were simply retro game compilations, some were entirely original, some were trying to be game consoles of their own, and some were just straight-up illegal bootlegs. The concept of some game developers being tasked to make a SpongeBob game on what was essentially 20-year-old system-on-a-chip hardware at the time is fascinating to me. Limitations breed innovation. The modern day equivalent would be seeing what people can do with the Raspberry Pi, Arduino, or a PDA. And I love all that stuff too, so it should be no surprise that plug-and-play TV games will always hold a special place in my heart.
I'll basically just shut up my dishes with water and soap so they can soak a little.
So if you go to patreon.com/clue and subscribe on any tier, you get invited to the Clue's House Discord server.
Sup kind of okay, you woke up at 300 to keep it 3 days.
Called the Premium Blog. And the people in the Premium Blog, they get to see all of the cool stuff that I'm working on at the time. So, you know, previews, early releases for like game modding stuff whenever I decide to do that. That kind of thing. And it's really cool, you know. I also wanted to ask you guys how you feel about this format. Like, I haven't done the here's a bunch of interesting things kind of format in a while. I used to do that a lot back in like the sort of iDog era. I haven't done it in a bit, so I wanted to bring that back. But yeah, I just wanted to thank you again for your support. It's something that I definitely don't take for granted. And if you can't hop on the Patreon, that's totally fine. Just keep an eye on my videos and hit the subscribe button, and I'll be there. So sayonara, Space Cadets. I'll see you guys next time.
Hello! Time for a real proper retro thingamajig today as we cast our minds back somewhere between 20 and 30 years, terrifyingly, to how we used to control our video games back in the UK back in the day.
Is that a chair?
For starters, it occurs to me we used to call them computer games as a general rule because we would generally have one of the 8-bit computers moving onto one of the 16-bit computers. The early consoles like NES and Sega Master System did exist over here.
It's a couch. Why is he filming himself? He's like using it as a table.
Reason being, far too expensive. You couldn't convince your dad to shell out a fortune for, you know, the latest Sega box, and then have to buy expensive games on cartridges when you could just have a Commodore 64 on a high-speed twin tape deck and copy the games off your mates in the playground.
Like a table or something?
Also, of course, we had the cheap home computing revolution a few years before the ZX Spectrum and that, so all that was going on and quite ingrained in the culture.
Very British.
Now, I remember when we used to play our games and control them by using what is quite literally a variable resistor on a stick. Come to think of it, I can remember when variable resistors were called rheostats, but let's not get into that. Now, when you control a video game these days, you grab hold of something with about 12 analog sticks and 497 buttons and a D-pad and all this kind of exciting stuff.
He sounds like
but
such
back
a
in the 80s, your joypad consisted of a single D-pad, 8 cardinal directions, a couple of buttons to mash, maybe in a select and a start if you were really lucky, and that was your lot. But no, not for our home computers in the 80s. We had a far simpler thing, and they were never joypads, they were always joysticks. Don't know why. I can only presume it's a hark back to the arcade games of the time. You know, had a stick and some buttons, and there you go. Except, of course, they were condensed for the home market because you didn't really want something that big in front of your computer. Be expensive for starters. So you often ended up with something that looked like you should be controlling a spaceship or some sort of fighter jet with it, as you will see shortly.
He's
but
one of the first
before I show them to you, there's a
YouTubers.
couple of things you need to know. The first is that nearly all of
Wait,
these
this video
devices
is
look like they
11
should be
years
analog,
old.
but none of them are. It is literally just 8 digital directions, and that's your lot. Doesn't matter how far you move the joystick, the little man on the screen will never run any faster. It's just not in the wiring. And the other thing is, there's only one fire button. There's only one button on the controller. That is it. There's no select, there's no start, there's no more than one button ever. And it doesn't matter how many physical buttons are present on the joystick. You might have one on a trigger, one on the top, one on the base, another one here. It doesn't matter. Whichever one you press, they all do the same thing. There is only one button, and that's your lot. Actually, let me show you one of the connectors. This was such a standard for years you wouldn't believe. It's actually pretty much identical to the ones used by the Sega Master System and the Mega Drive, except of course they had more buttons. So plugging one of these into it, it might work for all I know, but I imagine it's got a slightly different pinout, and it would be pointless because you couldn't play any of the games because you've only got one button. Did I say that enough yet? This is actually exactly the same pinout, I believe, as the old Atari 2600, which is where I think this standard came from. And my God, did it last. I mean, you've got built-in ports for this. You had them on the Acorn Electron, I believe. BBC Micro, Commodore 64, of course, the Amstrad CPC. ZX Spectrum didn't have built-in joystick ports. You could plug in an interface in the back, which you could then plug a couple of these into. Although later Spectrums, thinking about it, did have ports that looked identical to these but were wired up differently. That's something we'll come on to later. And even the 16-bit computers, Amiga, Atari ST, had them all built in, so you could buy one of these joysticks and use it almost forever. Well, let's stop wittering on and actually look at one of the damn things, shall we? And already a small proportion of the audience has gone, oh God, I remember those. Welcome to the Amstrad JY2. It's a method for controlling video games. That much you've probably worked out. What you may not have worked out is it's bloody small. I never realised how small these were. I didn't use one back in the day. You'd have to have the tiny hands of a chimp in order to actually get your thumb round it to be able to press that button on the top. Now, these were bloody cheap things that Amstrad gave away. This one's actually in quite good condition. You can sort of still feel the contacts going there. Actually, that's something we should explain. Cheaper joysticks had contacts, more expensive joysticks had microswitches. Contacts work as exactly you would expect. Push the joystick, it pushes down a bit of metal, it touches another bit of metal, therefore creating an electrical circuit. Wow, rocket science. The downside, of course, of this is, well, they don't last very bloody long. They don't feel very definite. It all feels a bit cheap, in fact. And as I say, longevity is not on the cards as a general rule, but they were a lot cheaper than microswitches, which of course were used in arcade joysticks. Look, it's a joystick I pulled out of an arcade machine the other day and haven't cleaned, and it's absolutely horrible. Probably all congealed, I dread to think, sweat and tea or something horrible like that. But as you can see, push the joystick, pushes these little nubs which go in, and push the microswitch. And that's a far nicer system. It feels more definite, but more importantly, lasts a lot longer as well. Obviously, it'd have to if it's the sort of thing used in a bloody arcade machine. How do you tell if a joystick has contacts or microswitches? Move it, and if it goes click, it's microswitches. There, we've all learnt something today. Anyway, this thing's pretty nasty, as you can probably guess. It was a freebie one given away. The only thing of interest with it, as a general rule, It's got a second port on it because the Amstrad only physically had one joystick
one
port.
of the beasts
so
from
if you wanted a
Fabulous
second
Beasts
joystick,
being
you could
pat
use
on the
this to
tummy.
daisy chain it along. Hey. But unfortunately, it did mean somebody had to play using this, and it would probably break after a very short period of time.
Fabulous
Which brings me rather perfectly into the next joystick.
I forget that one's name.
Oh man, right, this is technically the first joystick I ever owned. Not this exact one, that's the one I had died within weeks, because they all bloody did. I present for your delectation the Sinclair SJS1. Made by Amstrad,
really
Amstrad had bought Sinclair out at that stage.
It's a really cute YouTube show.
Oh my goodness, I believe this has the same guts as the
Chinese
JY2, just in a different case. It's larger and more comfortable. Only got the one button, so I hope you like pushing things with your thumb. And look how broken that is. It's probably only been used twice. These things were absolute crap. They didn't feel good in the first place, and they just did not last, full stop. The only good thing is, once they're broken, you can do this with them. Why is that good? Because it enables you to cheat at games where you make a little man run. Something like Daley Thompson's Decathlon or Hypersports Track and Field, that kind of stuff.
What?
You had to waggle your joystick left and right as fast as you could to get the man to run. I can only presume that was a devious feature put in by joystick manufacturers, because that's going to break anything after a short period of time, isn't it? But you could cheat on them if you had a loose one like this by going... and it would make Daley Thompson run inhumanly fast. Except I imagine this one is now actually so broken that it probably doesn't even register left and right. As I say, mine actually went like this within a couple of weeks of bloody owning it. All you had to do was use it a couple of times and it died. Look, this is grey, not black. That's relevant.
Oh my gosh.
Because going back to what I said earlier about the slightly different joystick ports built into the older Spectrums, when Amstrad started to make these early Spectrums, they put joystick ports on them but used the old Sinclair type, which is weird. It's wired up differently to the other standards, so whilst you could plug another joystick in, it wouldn't bloody work unless you had a specific Sinclair one, which did limit your options somewhat. Fortunately, a lot of people later on, actually when they made joysticks, would have an adapter coming off.
Old YouTuber. Oh, he still makes videos. So he basically just reviews toys? Huh. Like old toys. Old toys. And microwave burgers. Ew. Huh. And it's all old stuff. Nintendo 64. He doesn't like play the games though?
Said, a lot of games, especially the first party Nintendo ones, would save onto the cartridge, so if you were wondering if you can use two of these devices and convert from UK to Japanese and then Japanese back to UK and plug it in and see if it works or not, well, you can do that, and you know what? It does bloody work. It genuinely does.
Send him things to review, but he doesn't like play it. You can use his videos wet. I do. Just want to go and see it, but you don't want to at the same time. Film bootleg stuff. We were watching Clue. He doesn't. We were watching Tamagotchi stuff. Dun dun. What is this? Oh. Colorful.
Who is Soulja Boy? If you don't know, he's a musician that I first heard over a decade ago with a song called Crank That. Now, this is really funny because you would assume that when you make some music and stuff, you kind of stick in that field, and he totally has done that and released a whole bunch of other albums, but he got popular very recently all over again for releasing brand new video game consoles.
What's that video
ones
about?
that he's apparently making himself and releasing on his own website called SouljaWatch.com. This is insane, folks.
Is this
I
NFT
kind of
stuff?
wanted to just make this video a little bit later, but we gotta do this now. We need to talk about how this is one of the craziest developments ever in the video game industry.
With this video is 6 years old.
The consoles that he's selling are actually systems we've already looked at in the past. Which ones? Well, how about this?
This is the Soldier Game handheld. Well, actually, it's not the Soldier Game handheld. This is a system called the
Is his
Retro
name
Game.
like a pun?
What
It's
Soldier
supposed to
Boy
be
is selling is actually
soldier,
one
like
of these. But
war?
on top of that, this system that he's selling is actually a ripoff of another system that's actually called the Revo K101. And that system, well, it was actually pretty neat. But I never got my hands on that. Instead, I played with this.
CB sounds so
This
cute in
system was
December.
trying to be a
Sound like Mr.
ripoff of another system, so it got a lot of things wrong.
Just
now,
to
there's
be
a community out there
yourself.
online that's capable of fixing these things, but all you really need to know
pretty
is that out of the
sleepy though,
box,
yeah.
it doesn't run games well. You're going to have to open it up and flash a memory card inside just to make it run games the way that they were intended to. But it's not that that's the issue. You see, this thing, the one that you get straight from Soldier Boy, is apparently loaded with thousands of games.
Yay!
And who owns those games? Definitely not Soldier Boy, but let's not get into that now, because this isn't the only system that he's selling. This little console is called the Retro Mini, but Soldier Boy calls
So
it
he's
the
just
Retro
buying
Soldier
like
Boy
Temu
Mini.
garbage
Kinda funny, right? Well, you know what
and
isn't
reselling
funny?
it with
Playing
his
this
brand.
system. It's got a whole bunch of problems, just like the
That's
last
like,
one we were
I don't
talking
know.
about. But what makes this so much worse
It's
is
like
that all
TikTok
of the games that are on
dropshipping
here
stuff.
appear to
The
be on
brand
here
is what
illegally,
matters.
because the
And,
people
like,
that
the
made this
marketing.
console didn't get the rights to the original games. But if you were to
This is
really
very
not
Temu
care
core.
about that and still play it, there's a whole bunch of titles on here that aren't in English, and you can't actually play them unless you know the original language they were made in. Now, why does this matter? Well, because if Soldier Boy is re-releasing these systems with all of those games pre-installed, that means he likely doesn't have the rights to distribute them either, meaning that there's going to be probably some legal problems down the road.
Give her pets.
But all the systems that Soldier Boy is selling are not all things that we've covered on the show before. One of them is a console called the Fuse. Now, the Soldier Game Fuse is not actually the Soldier Game Fuse. It's just a system called Fuse that was originally released a couple of years ago in China. Now, this system, many people might assume is a knockoff because of all the other ones we've talked about so far, but it's not. This system is actually kind of special. Now, this console was never sold in North America, so it's not the easiest system to get a hold of, especially really quick. But a viewer of ours named Brian actually had one in his collection, and he loaned his to us. And folks, well, we were really impressed. There were two different versions of this console, a cheaper model and a more expensive model. The more expensive one just had a bigger hard drive in it and the ability to wirelessly charge controllers, as far as we can tell. But what you need to know is that everything you're seeing here is pretty much the same kind of gameplay you're going to be looking at
So
when
he's
you get
just
this
drop
system
shipping.
straight
I
from
don't see the
Soldier
big
Boy.
deal.
And thankfully, Soldier Boy is apparently selling the more expensive model.
I mean,
But
expensive
does that really
drop
matter?
shipping, but
Well,
still.
no. Both consoles play games the exact same way with the same
Is there a
performance.
draft?
But what's
Yeah,
really
hopefully
great about
tonight
this
I'll sleep a
console
little
is that it's
better.
not a knockoff or clone system.
It's illegal.
This is a
Oh,
legitimate
yeah.
console with games that you can download and buy. So it's not preloaded with a bunch of illegal software and stuff like that. You'll
Master
actually
Chief
have to
got
buy
super
games for the
sued.
console itself. Now, why that's so cool
That's
is
funny.
because, well, there's games on here that you
Half-Life.
may actually want to play, like Half-Life 2. And, well, maybe some of the other games are more Android games and stuff like that, and maybe they're
Sort of
not so
scam
much fun to
artist
play.
thing, or
But the
sorry, I'm
idea
slow
that
to
Half-Life
reply to
2
you,
is on
Flapjack.
here and working is crazy. But
I might
there
look
is a
into his
caveat.
channel more next
Brian,
time.
the owner of this system, preloaded a bunch of games onto the console for us to play. And while many of them
I'm not,
did
like,
work, we were
particularly
warned
interested
about a
in,
number
like,
of things
old
that this
stuff.
console has issues with. And one of them,
We were just watching
well,
Clue and
this
he
console
was
is
talking
online
about
all the
plug and
time.
play
And
stuff.
because the servers for this
I
system
never
in
had
China,
any of these.
sometimes it just turns off
Like,
once
I
in a
never
while
had
and you
any,
can't make a
like,
stable
plug and
connection.
plays.
And there were so many instances while we were playing that we simply couldn't have a stable gameplay experience. But not only that,
That's
some
cute.
games on here, although they are the official versions of the games, don't seem to run all that well when it comes to the way that you control them. Half-Life 2, for instance, seemed to have controller input lag that made it very difficult to play. Even though the frame rate seemed to be pretty high and the graphics seemed to be pretty good, there's many instances here where I simply wouldn't be able to recommend these games to anyone if you could play them on a North American system or possibly on a PC. But it's not just that. This console, like I said, was sold in China, and it was never supposed to be sold anywhere else. So not only do you have to worry about the online all the time issues and the server problems, but you also have to deal with the fact that most of the system is in Chinese. Many of the menus, many of the setups, all that stuff is going to require you to have some basic understanding of that language. And if you don't,
Well, I'm sorry.
So
this
next,
console simply won't
I think
work
we'll
for
be
you.
ending the stream
now,
after
Soulja
this
Boy
one.
gonna be selling this exact
But I can
same
save your
system?
video for,
well, I believe he's
for
going
tomorrow,
to. He probably
okay?
has no idea that the system doesn't work, but even if it's just a bare bones
Okay,
shell with
here's
a
you.
basic Android overlay that probably allows
save
you
it
to
for
download
tomorrow.
Android games, then all you're getting
You
is
can
an
yell at me
Android
to
box that
remind me.
plays things your cell phone can play. And really, would you want to spend that much on something like that?
'Cause I'm not gonna
well,
sleep.
probably not, because he's actually charging you way more than what the consoles actually cost. Well, I think this system is cool and really well designed.
Well,
I
I
really
want
can't
to see
recommend
what
you buy it from
Soulja
Soulja
Boy
Boy
has
directly
to say about
because, well,
this.
he's
Like,
charging too much for it.
is
And
this
on
just
top of that,
one-sided?
well, if you're outside of China, you're likely going to have a lot of problems with this. Even if it's been stripped down and it's still an Android box, it's still way too expensive. But if you look past all of that and look past all of the systems he's selling on that website, he's got
like a
one
whole
that
drop
really
shipping
stands
thing,
out.
including like
Let's
the
take a look at the Soulja game
AirPods.
console a little bit closer, because I think this one has got a lot more problems.
This is the X Pro 801, and although it doesn't look like the same console that Soulja Boy is selling, it is on the inside. And every single knockoff console that Soulja Boy is putting his name on have the exact same problem. Today they might be one system, but tomorrow that might change, because these manufacturers of these systems don't have the same qualities and standards that you find from Sony, Microsoft, or even Nintendo. This console here is supposed to look like an Xbox One X, but it clearly isn't that. On the bottom right, you will see Ultra HD 4K
Nintendo bought
HDMI, but
his
this
domain and
system
made it
can
redirect
barely
to
push
Nintendo
720p.
website.
And don't even kid yourself
That's
by looking
like
at that
kinda
controller
petty,
on the box.
isn't it?
Yes, that isn't an Xbox controller. It's clearly a PlayStation controller, but it doesn't matter because it's not even the controller that you get in the box. Instead, what you get is this weird-looking device with some strange screen plastic piece in the center. Now that plastic piece, while you're playing the system, will eventually fall off, and it'll reveal that in the back, there's just a sticky piece of tape holding it in place. So I don't know what that was supposed to be originally, but it really doesn't do anything. The controller feels ultra light and incredibly hollow. And although it doesn't have the worst buttons in the world, they definitely aren't the best. And the one thing that I really don't like about the controller is the D-pad, because the directional pad isn't actually a pad that can be moved around kind of like a shield or something
like
with a
the
central
weird
pivot.
Steam
Instead, it's
controller.
4 individual buttons,
I guess
which
the-
doesn't sound like a problem at first,
not the
right?
Steam
But then when you're
controller,
playing a
the
video game
PS4
really fast and you happen to hit 2 buttons down at the same time in the wrong direction, well, guess what happens? Your character on the screen stops moving completely because there's too many inputs for the console to recognize. But what about that console? Well, the X Pro seems to be designed even worse than the controllers it comes bundled with. On the front, you'll find 2 USB ports and a power button. On the back, of course, you'll find an HDMI out, and you'll also find composite video out. But you're probably asking yourself, why is there
T-Boy?
composite video out? If I have HDMI,
What's
wouldn't that be
T-Boy?
good enough? Well, see, that's the thing.
Terrifying.
This system isn't actually playing any of the games in high definition because it can't. They're old. They're really old games. And none of those games originally were supposed to be in high definition.
Oh, the
So
bunny
instead of
was
getting a
like-
properly scaled version of an older video game that's been carefully tailored from the creators themselves, you're getting a whole bunch of knockoff games just built into the system without any care whatsoever. But speaking about the system, well, it feels kind of light. Let's take a look inside to see exactly how many components are stuffed on in here. And what? Where is everything? It's like one board and a couple wires sticking out to the sides. This is incredible. Why is the box so big when there's so little inside here? I can fit an entire NES Classic inside the empty space in this box. And a bunch of controllers, too. So the controls aren't that great, and the console is pretty much hollow.
That's
How does it
cool.
run games? Well, there's only one way to find out. The
Are you
console
just
starts
bundled
up
with
to
the
an
Xbox?
ugly blue
Yeah,
screen with
one
a
you
whole bunch
could
of systems you can pick from.
consider your
You've got some
Pop-Tarts
Capcom
inside
arcade
the
games,
Euro
Neo Geo
Gaming.
titles, NES, GBA, Game Boy Color, Game Boy, despite
It's
the
so
fact that that
cool.
icon is clearly a Game Boy Advance, Sega Genesis, SNES, and that isn't an SNES controller, Sega Master System, Game Gear, and PlayStation 1. And you can also add more games with an SD card. But why would you want to do that if you have 800 built in? And would they even work that well? Probably not, but let's take a look at some arcade games first. Whether it be something from Capcom or a game running on Neo Geo, you're gonna run into a bunch of problems.
Max 330
Sometimes
meg.
the screen can look blurry blurry, but other times it can look sharp. You'll
set.
get screen tearing a lot of the
Because
times,
of
and
tree.
sometimes it will be there, but not nearly as present.
40 is all
A
you
lot of the
need.
controls seem
I
to be a
should
little bit
just make
sluggish, but
stream
one problem
that
you're going to have across the board is that every single game is running in the incorrect aspect ratio. Everything is running in widescreen when the games are originally 4:3. I know that might not be that big of a deal for
That's
some,
really
but it makes
annoying.
all the characters look fat. This could have been easily addressed by giving you some kind of settings or options somewhere in the console so that you can change the way the game looks, but that simply doesn't exist. There are no options anywhere, and the only thing you're capable of doing is saving and loading game states at any moment that you want, which works well enough, but when the games look like this, do you really want to keep playing them? But I will give the console some credit. If you can look past some of the audio issues, visual issues, and sometimes you just get slowdown for no reason at all that typically wouldn't have been in the original releases, at least the games do turn on and you can play them. But without some of the standard abilities like being able to remap controls, which you'll want to do with a controller like this, you'll find yourself unable to play certain games that you typically could have played with a lot of other competing systems. The box the console came in claimed to have 800 games pre-installed into the system. And I'm not going to sit there and count each and every one, but I'm pretty sure it's close to or at least 800 games. And a whole bunch of these titles seem to run about as well as the arcade games did. Whether you play Sega Master System games, anything from the Game Gear collection, and any Game Boy or Game Boy Color game, well, they all seem to run, but they have the exact same issues I mentioned previously. It was around this time that I started to notice that they put in really questionable games instead of putting in other games that people are more familiar with. For instance, there is only one PlayStation game on here, only one, and that one game is International Superstar Soccer Pro 98. Funny enough, this game seems to run great. The only problem being that they stretch the aspect ratio, but I guess you can just avoid that and play some soccer. But that is a problem. There is only one game on here for PlayStation, and it's soccer. They didn't choose anything else, like Crash Bandicoot or Metal Gear Solid. They chose this. But maybe there's a reason for that. Now, if you play any other game on this entire system, if you push down a certain combination of buttons on the controller, you'll jump back to a menu, and from that menu you can save and load states at any point. Unfortunately, PlayStation games don't have that ability on the system. There's no way to save and load states. I'm not 100% certain why, because I'm pretty sure emulators are capable of doing that, but this one simply can't do it from what I can tell. What does happen, though, is if you push that certain combination of buttons, the game boots back to the menu where you select games, completely destroying your experience. At any moment while you're playing, at any moment, you might hit the wrong combination of buttons, and the game will automatically quit without any warning. This means that even if you put your own games on here, chances are that while you're playing it, they're just gonna randomly quit. Not cool. But back to something more positive. Now, there are a lot of games on this system, and pretty much every game on here has an image associated with the game. This can be very helpful while you're going through lists, because maybe you don't know what the name is, but you do know one of the characters, and it actually helps you identify what the games are. Unfortunately, though, about 50% of all the games on the system don't have an image, and instead use this. What even is that? It's on over half of all the games you're gonna find on this system. Now, I had to solve this mystery, and I think this is what happened. The people that built this system originally were looking for some random image to put over a bunch of games. And because these games are MAME games, I guess most of them might be, they decided to type in MAME game on Google image search. But what happened was they misspelled the word game, and instead of using an A, they used an O. And then we got this. One tiny mistake that affects half of everything on this system. And even when they did bother to look up a specific image for a video game, sometimes they would get the completely wrong image. For instance, this is what Last Resort looks like on the Neo Geo, and here's what you'll actually find in the menu. That's a TV show. It has nothing to do with the video game. Now, sometimes they'll get the game right. For instance, this is Contra, and this is what the box art looks like for the original NES release. But instead what they used was a fan-made Photoshop. There's Arnold Schwarzenegger, there's Sylvester Stallone, and there's an alien from the movie Alien. You'll see tons of images on this system that don't represent the actual game you're about to play.
Came out
in some
tonight.
cases, you'll just put the wrong cover
play
art
Power
on a
Run
completely
again
different game in the
too.
franchise, or in other cases, it'll just not be the game that it's supposed to be. All right, I need a break. Let's play a game that every emulation system on the planet can run properly. Super Mario Brothers. Now yes, the image again is warped and pulled, and it's actually pretty blurry, which is shocking for a 4K capable system. But what really gets me is that while I'm playing this, there is a significant problem with the screen. You can see some seriously bad screen tearing on this game whenever you move too fast, but if you actually choose to run too fast with Mario, the controls seem to kind of mess up a bit. And on top of that, because you can't remap the controls, the button and the jump have been reversed, making it very difficult to play with this controller.
But now we're just winding down to watch videos before bedtime. A minute in the stream, about 10 minutes.
Whether it be issues with controls, the overall blurry image, and the screen tearing. Oh, the screen tearing. It's everywhere. And because this is a knockoff system, you're gonna get a whole bunch of games on here that are hacks and modifications of pre-existing titles. And in some cases, they replace the real games that you would have actually wanted to play. If you're a longtime viewer of the Worst Ever series, you're likely gonna recognize some of these bad Super Mario Brothers games. But there's also a couple of new ones here that I've never seen.
Super Mario World 9,
where Mario turns into a ball and rolls onto things. But you better not jump on your enemies because that would actually hurt you. You know, the one thing Mario is supposed to be good at? Here's the thing, folks. If you're gonna hack a game and turn it into a Super Mario title, you might as well find a game where Mario can jump on things. It's kind of his defining move. But it's not just rip-offs and hacks of Mario games you'll discover. You'll also find entirely new titles that are built specifically for the power of the NES. Like Tekken 2? Tekken 2's on the PlayStation. You have a pretty decent PlayStation emulator on here. Why is Tekken 2 on the NES? Oh, this is not gonna run good, is it?
They're on a baseball field.
Nope, this is bad. This is real bad, folks. Look at the character select screen. Doesn't it look like there's 16 characters you can choose from?
It looks awesome.
Well, there isn't. Each character appears twice. There's only 8. 8! Why would you lie about that? There's no reason to do that. And even with that inflated number, you're still nowhere close to the amount of characters you can pick in the original version of Tekken 2. But the most offensive aspect of this game is trying to play it. Any of the combos you might know, any of the moves you may have understood and learned over the years of playing Tekken, you're not going to know it here because it just doesn't work. But you know what does work? The controller that comes with the system has 4 buttons to the right. 2 of them are your A and B, and the top one are the Turbo A and the Turbo B. If you just hold the Turbo B button down, your character keeps on kicking. If you get to the left or right of the screen and hold that button down, you will win every single match that you happen to play. It is a joke. But it gets worse because Tekken 2 is not the only knockoff NES fighting game you're gonna find. You'll also find Mortal Kombat 5? This is crazy. There's a Mortal Kombat 4 knockoff game that we already looked at on another system. As far as I can tell, they're not related. But what it might be related to is Tekken 2, because the character select screen again duplicates all your character choices. This just plays awful. It's got the exact same problems that Tekken 2 had, but now you've got fatalities. I think I did it once by accident, but I have no idea how that activated. This whole thing is just bizarre. Why was anyone porting Mortal Kombat games to the NES illegally and under the radar? And why did 2 people do it in tandem and actually number them in order? That's so weird. And there's another sequel to another ripoff from another system we looked at.
This person likes fighting games.
Doesn't exist, but we did see a ripoff version of it. And here is Street Fighter 3. Who is making all these? But the weirdest collection of knockoff games are the Pokemon ones. That's right, folks. Pokemon games on the NES. Obviously, you know they didn't exist, but here's Pokemon Blue, which is clearly just a knockoff of Wacky Races. This is a terrible version of the game because the sprite work is just so awful. Look at that. You're gonna have to stare at that gross little thing the entire time you're playing the game. How is that Squirtle? How is that Squirtle?
It's
There's
adorable.
even a Pokemon Red, and that one also looks bad as well too. It's like the same person was going through and modifying all these games to make them new Pokemon titles when none of them even play like a Pokemon game. And look, if you're gonna make a Pokemon Green game just like they did, you'd probably use a green Pokemon. I don't know, Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, one of the green ones. But you wouldn't probably use Clefairy, would you?
Clefairy
I
can
don't
be
think
green.
you would. I wouldn't, because Clefairy is pink, not green, but they used it anyway and changed the color. Even the strawberries in this game are green. Why did they do this? And if you keep playing the game for a while, eventually you'll see a blue Clefairy. They're not blue, they're not green, they're pink. You can go
He's
so
so
far
angry,
down
it's like
the
honestly
NES Pokemon
bothering
rabbit
me.
hole that eventually you'll find the Legend of Zelda.
You
where
like
instead
this
of
guy?
Link,
He's
you're
screaming
playing as
his head
Pikachu,
off.
which sounds kind of cute, right? But it's the only thing they changed
It's
besides the
killing
health
me.
counter being Pokeballs. They were so
Gamer.
lazy with this hack that when you shoot your lightning bolt attack up and down, it's a lightning
Oh, that's
bolt.
awesome.
But when you shoot left and right, it's a sword. If you swing over to the SNES collection, you're going to be met with a ton of games that just don't play exactly like they're supposed to. They're just a little bit off in
I
a
don't
couple
know
of
if this
ways.
is normal,
But
but
the
like-
thing that is most noticeable is the improper sound emulation. Look, here is what this part of Yoshi's
take
Island
care,
is supposed to
Mousy.
sound like.
Thanks. Thanks for the video recommendation. It's interesting. Have a nice day at work, Mousy. Bye bye.
And now, here's how it sounds in
Have a
this
nice
game.
rookie. See you later. Boom, boom, boom. Bum, 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 bum.
You'll find these sound problems in every single Super Nintendo game that
I
you
imagine
happen
the
to play,
person doing
but
all
they're
of
not
like
as
the
bad
little
as the sound problems
reskins for the
you'll find
games
on
to
the
make
Game
it
Boy
like.
Advance. For example,
probably
this is
like-
what Mario Kart Super Circuit is supposed to sound like on a real
They're
GBA.
probably like, I don't know. Maybe it's for like other bootlegs and then they eventually end up on these consoles with like 5,000 games. And obviously it's just to trick kids into buying them basically. It sounds so janky, I kinda like it. Bum, bum, bum. Is the person recreating the music from inside the device? No.
The sound is messed up on the entire library of Game Boy Advance games.
From
and
the
what makes it
beginning of
worse is that
YouTube?
every single game plays sluggishly, and that just makes it so difficult when
Is
you're
it
trying
someone
to play a game
yelling?
that requires fast precision input. So as
I
you
don't
can
know.
no doubt
The
tell,
title
majority
makes
of
me
the games
scared
on this
because it's
system
gonna be like
simply
people
don't
yelling.
play well,
I was
or in
gonna
some
say,
instances
I have
are
this
not
weird
playable
thing
at
where
all.
if someone's
But I
yelling
believe
like
I've
in a
saved the
video,
very
even
best
if
for
it's not
last.
at me, it like
Witness
stresses me
the
out.
Sega Genesis collection. Now, first off, let's take a look at
someone's
Sonic
yelling,
2.
like,
Now,
at
Sonic
someone
2 to the
else.
casual observer probably looks like it's running properly, right? But it really isn't. There's a lot of issues that are going down with the way that the
I don't
game
know her
controls,
issue
but
then.
you'll also notice visual issues just all over the place in kind of weird areas, like the bottom of the screen here. Or in some instances, the game starts to slow down
Where's
randomly at
my
points
bug?
for no reason at all. Just listen to the music struggle to get up to
Yay,
speed.
bye. Sonic. The spooky, haunted,
You're going to find
headless
tons of other
bugman.
problems with the other Genesis games in the collection, and sometimes the game will look sort of okay like
Your
Sonic
book
3,
is
but then
scared.
when you go to a bonus
But
stage,
like,
this
can I move the
happens.
cooldown?
The ground flickers and stutters
Faster.
and really starts to hurt your eyes after playing for a while. The deeper
How
I
late
went
did
into
you
the
buy?
Genesis collection, the stranger the games got. And I found a whole bunch of mods and hacks and just a bunch of weird clone games that I have never seen before. This game is called Sonic Amy Rose, and you'd probably assume that you're supposed to be Amy from the Sonic the Hedgehog series. But as soon as the game starts up, to a broken title screen no less, you find that you're not actually
40
Amy, but you're Mikey the
minutes.
Armadillo. These two characters look nothing alike. All this is the original Sonic the Hedgehog hacked to bits. And when you go to play
I'll
the
leave
game,
the
you're going to
bottom
find a
on,
bunch of
getting ready
problems
for
like
bed.
choppers jumping out of solid
For
earth.
you.
And then at the very beginning of the first stage, if you move too fast, this will happen. And that's it.
I
Game
kinda
over.
like Red
It's
Sonic.
glitched and you can't do anything except restart. And hey, do you like the Sega Genesis but don't like Sega's characters? Well, why not play a knockoff Pokemon game where you play as Pikachu? And guess what, folks?
Pikachu.
There's not one of these, but two of them. And I do not know
It's a real
what is going
character,
on.
not
Pikachu doesn't
Knuckles.
really seem to have any good attacks.
I want
The
Red Sonic.
controls are just awful. And then on the second game, you can actually throw Pokeballs at your enemy. Pikachu can throw Pokeballs as an attack. I don't know if this is a modification or some alteration of a pre-existing game, but there is no music in the entire game whatsoever. What there is, though, is very, very irritating sound effects. Listen to Pikachu jump here. Could you have not picked a better sound effect? Oh, you're probably thinking, why is it such a big deal?
Hitting you with a baking
jumps all the time. So the entire game, you're just hearing that over and over again. But you know what's crazy? That's not even the worst sounding knockoff Pokemon game on the Sega Genesis. There's a third one. It's called Pokemon Crazy Drummer. I don't even know what this is. I have to assume that someone somewhere made a bootleg Pokemon drumming game that utilizes a completely unique controller. And whatever that controller is, it does not line up with the one that came with this system. So I have absolutely no idea how to play this game. And even if I could, even if it came with a controller, even if I could play it perfectly, I would not want to. Just listen to how this thing sounds.
He's such a crazy drummer.
Like a broken techno song, but why? Why is it
really
Pokemon
themed?
This
Chinese
has
Pokemon
absolutely nothing to do with Pokemon.
Game.
This is just an incredibly bad game, and it's not hard to play because it's challenging. It's hard to play because it was poorly made. But Soulja Boy did not make this video game console. He just found it and stuck his name on it. Do you know how insane that is? Why would anyone want to do that with this system? If you could put your name on anything, wouldn't you put it on a Switch or some other system? This is just a terrible idea all around. Whether you call it the Soulja Game console or the X Pro, this system clearly deserves to be among the ranks of the worst ever. Online over Twitter, Soulja Boy has told everyone that he's made a bunch of money from selling these systems. And you know what? Soulja Boy, that's great. I don't hate you. I don't even know you, but there are some issues here. Do you remember that music video you did for Crank That? Remember how you were wearing a shirt that had the Superman logo on it, and they had to blur that out? That meant that you didn't have the rights to use that logo. Do you know what that means? When you don't have the rights to use something, they can come after you and charge you. And when you're looking at all these video game systems besides the Fuse console, you're selling consoles preloaded with games you don't own. Now look, you've made a ton of money and that's great. But remember, you didn't make money for yourself, you made money off the backs of other people's work.
Stealing
and they're not gonna come after you today, but tomorrow, they're gonna take all that money back.
I liked the part of seeing all the different games. I didn't like when he yelled though. Interesting video though. Okay, it's bedtime. It's bedtime. I really hope I'll sleep better tonight, cause I'll be here tomorrow for another 12-hour stream. Tomorrow is the Minecraft building competition. We have 6 entrants. The info's in the Discord for that. Yeah, I won't push myself. I'm feeling okay.
Stealing is pog. We all should steal more.
Anyway, the Minecraft building competition judging part is gonna be 2 hours after we start. So I've been starting at 4 p.m. Pacific. The Minecraft judging is gonna be at 6 p.m. Yeah. And we'll probably just play Minecraft until then. Maybe I'll make a Christmas tree or something. Crime. Anyway, yeah. So tomorrow's Minecraft, and we'll probably go back to Stardew on Christmas Eve. And I'll send you off somewhere cozy. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for spending time with me. Let's see who's live. Oh. Let's raid Demon. I almost never have a chance to raid Demon Chuckle. They're usually raiding me, but they're going extra long to me. This is Katamari. Let's go summon the star. Thank you, Foxjack. And thank you on Twitch too. Hi JJ. Hope you all have a wonderful cozy night. If you're just starting your day, hope you have a wonderful day. Take care. Love you all.